about mitigation. It's also about adaptation, empowerment, and equity. Our true strength lies in partnerships, because while one nation can light a village, together we can illuminate the world. This pavilion celebrates the unity. It's a space for ideas, innovation, and collaboration. Over the next 10 days, it will serve as a hub of solar energy and exchange, reflecting the momentum of this Amazonian COP, a COP of implementation. What I would urge all of you is to walk around. We have all our work, our member countries, our key platforms displayed all across the pavilion, because the sun belongs to everyone. And when we work together under its light, we not only power our homes, but also our shared futures. So thank you and welcome to the first session at the ISA Pavilion at COP30. And as I just mentioned that, we are as strong as our partnerships. Our first session is from our partner institute, SE for All, who've been a steadfast partner since the time ISA was formed. And Tamojit has been extremely kind and has asked me to deliver the opening remarks. I started my journey in energy efficiency 12, 13 years ago. And when I saw the title of this session on integrating demand-side management and energy efficiency into clean energy transition, it really piqued my interest. I think this conversation comes at a defining moment. It could not have come at a better time. The global community last year rallied on two clear goals on tripling renewables and doubling the rate of energy efficiency. And for us, these are not parallel tracks. They're mutually reinforcing levers, to determine how fast and fairly the world decarbonize. And the evidence is compelling also. Some of the things that we have been working on over the last 2-3 years, when efficiency and renewables are pursued in tandem, global primary energy demand could fall by 25% by 2030 compared to the business as usual pathway. Of course, we all know the benefits of energy efficiency, but the real power of integration and optimization comes in when demand-side action unlocks supply-side transformation. And that's why the synergy between renewables and efficiency is central in achieving both sustainability and affordability. The recent IRENA and UNEP analysis that we were working on shows that coupling of all of this could increase the RE share in the total energy use by up to 30% by 2030, compared to less than half if these are pursued in isolation. And for every 1% gain in efficiency saves around $15 billion annually in global energy system costs. And that's precisely the space where ISA and SE for All started to collaborate and will continue to collaborate, aligning efficiency and clean energy deployment across the global south. Let me close my remarks by expressing sincere gratitude to the SE for All for their steadfast partnership. And, let me hand it over to Tamojit for the first session. Tamojit, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Karan. And let me echo your sentiments, especially in terms of the close partnership that we have had over the years, and for hosting us at your pavilion. Congratulations again. You did mention the sun is for everyone. So with those inspiring words, let me begin today's session. So we have a lineup of amazing speakers today. So without further ado, we'll first begin with our fireside chat. And this chat features two leaders who have been at the forefront of energy transition and thinking about it over many years. And they'll be exploring how we can move forward from megawatts to negawatts, because energy efficiency at the end of the day is the first fuel to meet our energy transition goals. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Bishal Thapa, Chief Strategy and Impacts Officer at CLASP, and Mr. John Crates, Chief Executive Officer of RMI. Vishal will be hosting the conversation with John. Please.
Thank you. Here?
Whichever way. It's good.
Yeah, that's good.
I just checked that.
All right. Can we turn up the volume just a little bit?
Yes.
Testing the volume. You guys hear a little better now? Yes. A little better? Okay, I think that's good.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome again. Thanks, Tamanjeet, for that introduction. Thank you for ISA for putting this session. It's great to be able to host John today in a conversation about energy efficiency and supply and integrating the two. I think this place that we're in, COP, is not only symbolic for where we are, but the fact that there is a cooling noise overpowering us is also very symbolic. We obviously have to overcome the intensity of that noise and still make it work for this planet. So fantastic to be in this session that's important from so many different angles.
Big opportunity for passive strategies here, folks.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're gonna fully milk this occasion of the noise to throw in the messages. So fantastic. John, let me start with a question about where we are today. We've seen the reports, the analysis that has come about in terms of the two twin engines for the pathway to net zero on tripling renewable energy, doubling energy efficiency. And while we are not where we ought to be in that pathway, there are still some pockets of success. At least it's faster than before, not at the levels that we want, but it's still there. We're seeing some action, perhaps not enough. How do you weigh these successes and optimism? Where, beyond these headlines, what are the kinds of elements in there that both interest you? Where do you see the stress points? Where do you see the opportunities? What is your takeaway from progress that it's been so far towards these two goals?
Yeah, let me step back for a moment here because I think there is, am I coming through okay? There is a dour sentiment right now that we're not moving as quickly on climate change as we need to be. And that's true, right? We're not on track for our 1.5 degrees, and in fact, are going to overshoot in all likelihood at this point. But when we think about how fast we are moving, last year there was over $2 trillion that was going into the clean energy economy and the transition. This year it's going to be over $3 trillion, much more than is going into legacy fossil systems. And I think we all need to put that in perspective, that at the same time we're hitting critical tipping points in nature, we're also hitting critical tipping points in markets. We've certainly seen that as a result of some of the work of ISA here and the work of SE for All in terms of accelerating solar adoption, especially where we're in fact ahead of our tripling target overall on solar. Because wind is moving a little bit slower in aggregate, we're right now on track for something like a 2.6 to 2.8 overall increase in renewables here relative to the 3x goal that was set a couple of years ago. That's good progress, right? When I look at energy efficiency, though, on the energy efficiency front, we were capturing energy efficiency at a rate of about 2% per year back in 2022 when we set the goal. Right now, and we wanted to double that. So we wanted to go up to about 4% annual energy efficiency capture per year. We've actually slipped to half of what we were previously. So
Rather than 2%, we're now down between 1 and 1.5% as a planet. So at a time when we need energy efficiency more, we're actually going more slowly to capture it. And at RMI, we like to think of energy efficiency as the first fuel because it's incredibly cost effective, because every kilowatt hour that you save in energy efficiency actually saves about 3 times the amount of carbon through the system, because of all the cascading losses that we have in our current generating system that lead to compounding gains. When you start at the end user and you minimize the amount of the end use, you're taking out all of the losses and all of the friction in the system. This is an incredibly powerful thing that we all need to be aware of, that when we use energy efficiency first, it minimizes all of the capital infrastructure, all of the clean energy megawatt hours and gigawatt hours that we need to generate become proportionally 3 times less. That's the way, when we think about what Karan was saying, that's why it is in the end that efficiency and the 3 times target is made possible by the 2x efficiency. We can talk a little bit more about the details, but I think from an overall framing, the opportunity is enormous. The economic incentive is significant, and especially at a time where the world needs more energy for all different reasons, whether it be purely for access, whether it be for increasing, kind of overall demand for cooling or for mobility, or whether it be for new data centers or other things that are drawing on energy. The first fuel that we have, the most cost-effective, the most secure, the most resilient, is always going to be efficiency.
Thank you, John. That was a great overview. I think it segues very nicely into the next point that I wanted to highlight, which is you talked about the role of efficiency as the first fuel, but its ability to also accelerate the introduction and integration of renewable energy. I think this is the first time perhaps that these two goals have been integrated as explicitly. Is it working for countries? Are they seeing these as integrated goals? Are there ways that we can use this new level of integration, the bringing together of efficiency and renewable energy as a way to build the momentum you said existed, but is not incrementally going as fast as we want it to? How do you see the ability of governments, particularly and policymakers, to be able to integrate these two so that it meets their needs, both in terms of the transition we need to make, but also in terms of reducing costs for people, enhancing energy security, improving energy supplies?
Yeah, I think historically these two haven't been seen as integral, and the fact that they both came out together and were intertwined has put much more of a focus. And so while all NDCs weren't equally created, we would say that more and more there's an embedding of efficiency within to help make sure that the renewable targets are ultimately delivered against. So there's a positive step forward on that front. Where we're seeing more and more positive progress is really in the commercial side, where new developments in places like India are starting to look very heavily at the access to energy that they have available from the grid or from other sources, the fuels available, and to plan to minimize their overall footprint in order to ensure that they've got the resilient and low-cost solution required. And a great example of this is Lodha Group, which is one of the largest developers in India. All right. Lodha Group, which is one of the largest developers in India, is currently building about 1 million-person city outside Mumbai. And it is building that new city to a compact urban standard with all passive characteristics around the use of induced draft rather than forced draft in the buildings, the integration of green space around to ensure lower thermal mass within the community, natural shading, reflective paints, and 5 times more efficient air conditioners, right? And we have the technology and the ability now to literally for the same cost today, produce an air conditioner, a window air conditioner that is 5 times more efficient than what is available readily on the market today. And that's one of the big challenges that we have to address, is that appliances in particular, the average appliance on the market is typically at least half, if not lower than half, of what the leading performance is on the market. And we need to get that average boosted up. But this community in India has already built about 300,000 person units. And the energy consumption of those units is about 80% lower than the average complex in India right now, which means that they can also electrify with solar on the roofs and manage the majority of all of the new cities' energy through direct renewables on site, because they're sipping rather than gulping energy by design. And those types of designs that are built in, you know, kind of the global south for global south prices in order to create access to energy at scale is the exact, you know, these are the inspirational points where we can see integrating that supply and demand simultaneously leads to a better economic solution. It leads to a more resilient solution, and it ultimately leads to, you know, kind of a win for everyone, for the climate, for the economy, et cetera.
Thank you, John. The example of Lodha Group was fantastic, and I want to pick up from that just to add to that question I had previously. Lodha Group represents a type of stakeholder that represents perhaps an aggregator of end users, right? So that's right. But do you see other stakeholders, and in specific, I want to point out like planners at the power sector level and policymakers at the efficiency? Are they enhancing their systems with the kind of digitization and the technological innovation that's coming out to be able to benefit from the integration of renewable energy and energy efficiency so they can address these challenges? And if not, where do you see fundamentally as the core set of challenges or barriers for them to be able to enhance in terms of their planning?
Yeah, I mean, we have very few countries in the world have the ability to plan their energy systems completely. A lot of it happens through entrepreneurial activity and commercial activity. And, you know, we're at a point right now as a planet where we're electrifying at about twice the rate of our energy growth. So we're moving into an age of electricity where that's more and more important. And because of that, there is a logical player within each geography in the utility that starts to integrate in the need for managing infrastructure and the need for managing efficiency alongside the need for growth and the need for provision of resilient energy supplies. And so we really do see the power sector and utilities more and more as a critical stakeholder that's going to be required to engage as we think about integrating efficiency and supply at scale. The challenge is that most utilities are incentivized to sell more electrons, and efficiency, of course, has them selling less electrons in the end. And so developing the new business models that enable them to plan for a system-wide perspective on how to electrify the community while at the same time reducing overall unnecessary consumption in different areas, you know, maybe on appliances, maybe on the built environment to allow for things like electrified transportation. We need to help those specific players develop the business models that create incentives for them to actually pursue both the efficiency and the electrification at scale. And that's a tricky balance. And right now, the impulse, the reflex from most utilities is to simply build more supply. And the result is, in most places in the world, that's driving rates up, and it's creating an affordability crisis, where in order to manage that affordability crisis, what we need to do is capture energy efficiency alongside supply. And that actually has the opposite effect of allowing the same investment to the same investments ultimately provide more energy when it's needed for people who need it. And that creates a beneficial reinforcing cycle here of development.
Thank you. I think the theme of trying to use both energy efficiency and renewable energy to reduce costs, enhance flexibility, optimize, move the pathway to cleaner systems, I think is clearly resonated through all of yours. Just one last question as we leave this session. You know, I'm always amazed about the fantastic work that RMI does, and also so many other partners here are also doing equally fantastic work. What's the kind of key message that you want to leave with, particularly as this group and other stakeholders in these conversations? What's the message? Where do you think our emphasis should be in the near term, right? As we face this moment, what are you speaking to your teams, other stakeholders? What's the message you're leaving them with?
Yeah. So cheap, abundant energy is not far off at all. But in order to capture that, we do have to think in an integrative system, and we have to capture the demand side at the same time that we capture the supply side. And if we do that well, we wind up having everybody benefit and costs go down, so that we get to that abundant energy future that creates so much prosperity, but at an affordable price.
Thank you. Fantastic. I think that's a great theme to leave everybody with, bringing the yin and yang of energy, I guess, supply and demand for improved affordability, for reliability, for security. Those are all fantastic. And thanks very much, John, for taking the time. Really appreciate it. And thank you all for being here and bearing with some of this variability in the sound. And this is an opportunity for us to roll up our sleeves and get to work. No other way. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you all.
So thank you, Bishal and John. You've actually warmed up a very warm room with that fireside chat. So this will be a tough act to follow. No pressure to the fellow panelists over here. But we have a very good panel now lined up, where we'll explore how solar energy efficiency, and as Vishal and John were talking about, these elements of demand side management, how do they sort of come together, especially in terms of the integration across these different things and how it sort of creates jobs and livelihoods. So as your moderator for today, I'm very pleased to invite this distinguished panel. So we have Malina Roseman, Director of Portfolio Origination and Management at the Nordic Development Fund. Malina, please. We have Mr. Gilles Vermont Desroches. I'm very sorry for my French. Chief Corporate Citizenship and Institutions Officer at Schneider Electric. And Ms. Nina Campbell, Global Energy Lead at Consumers International. So let's begin with Malina.
Yes.
Especially from the Nordic Development Fund's perspective. I mean, you've been investing probably in solar projects or looking at investing in them. So from a financing perspective, what are the kind of solar and clean energy projects that NDF is prioritizing, and what makes them attractive for a development finance institution?
Okay. Thank you so much for that question, and thank you for inviting me to this session. Can you hear me in the back? I know my voice is not the strongest. So the Nordic Development Fund, just two lines of background. So we're owned by the 5 Nordic countries, and we work in the nexus between climate and development, providing finance in low-income countries. And as you said, we have been building up a portfolio around renewable energy over the past years. And I will, in this first question, focus on one of the programs called the Energy and Environment Partnership for Africa, EEP Africa, where we also act as a fund manager. And EEP Africa, they prioritize early stage innovative solar and clean energy projects across underserved markets in the sub-Saharan Africa region. And we provide grants, repayable grants and technical assistance in this case. And when we look at potential investees, these are four of the features that we look for in particular. They need to demonstrate innovation. It could be technology, business model, or approach, but it also had to really tailor to the local market. And they have to be locally driven and inclusive. And we are especially focusing on how they address gender equality and social impact. They need to address the energy access gap for vulnerable populations, which we often find in urban or peri-urban areas. And they have to show a clear path towards commercial viability and scalability over time, so that they can attract and follow on investment. And in a sort of developed finance perspective, some of the features that are extremely important is that we provide additionality, that we actually finance where finance is not finding its way. So we're not competing with local markets. We're just bridging the gap to private capital that is more risk averse. We want to see potential to scale and replicate. So there has to be models that can be adapted across markets and geographies. To have the skin in the game, our partners need to co-finance, provide at least 30 to 50% of the finance. So we're in this together. And of course, they have to show measurable impact, a clear contribution to the SDG, not only in energy, but also decent work and climate action and gender. Yes.
Thank you so much, Malina. You mentioned bridging the gap to private capital. So we do have private sector in the room. Gilles, turning to you, especially we were, as Bishal and John were talking about, renewable sort of growing, managing electricity demand becomes increasingly important. And we, of course, from smart grids to energy management systems, Schneider Electric has been at the forefront of this. What innovations is Schneider seeing that optimize how solar energy is consumed and managed? And what's ready for scale in the developing countries today that you're working in? And especially if you could talk about the education and skills aspect of it.
Thank you. The world will be solar. We are in a time in transition, but if you have to drive the world in 2050, 60, 70, the world will be solar. And we have to build the transition. Certainly, one of the topics is that today we include the solar energy in the vision that we have of energy, but we don't think differently. And when the world will be solar, the world will be the energy will be distributed. And we have to take care to the demand in a better manner than today. Today, in fact, the visions that we have when we discuss in a strategic vision about energy, previously we had some source of electricity. Now we have renewable. And in fact, we think in the same manner. For me, we have 3 points to think differently. The first, when we have to speak about the acceleration of solar energy, we have to speak about digital. Because in fact, it's the same thing. When Schneider Electric, for example, in Uttar Pradesh in India, we implement a smart climate village, which is a small solution to produce energy by solar in order to have energy for people, for lighting, for communication, but for agriculture too, irrigation. We need to be smart. And we need to add efficiency and sufficiency. The manner that we consume electricity everywhere in OECD country is that we think for a long, long time about which type of offer we are, how do we organize the mix to be sure that we have all the energy that we would like to have each time that we would like to consume. In the future, we need to have another vision and to add energy efficiency and renewable energy. And for that, we need to use digital. But not only digital in the center of the big city, digital everywhere. Never, never we will provide access to electricity in developing country without distributed solutions. For example, for Africa, we don't have enough raw materials to have the same grid in Africa that in Europe. In terms of copper, in terms of infrastructure, we have to think differently. And to think differently, if to take care to distributed energy everywhere in the villages, not because we have to wait to have, I don't know when, a big infrastructure to be connected to the grid. Never that will be the solution in the 10, 20, and 30 next year. Then we have to think differently this topic. And for me, we can have a concept that we use everywhere, but not in energy, which is a circular economy. Today in industry, we think with circular economy, the new product, how do we refresh, reuse, organize the product, not in a linear mode, but in circular mode, where we are more smarter. When we speak energy today, we have a discussion about the offer side, and very often only about that. And after that, we deploy to have the demand side. Certainly, for the future, with digital and with solar energy, we can build something more smarter, which is close to a circular economy. When we ask each actor of this circularity to be more efficient and more sufficient, because we need to put at the same level the investment for energy efficiency and the investment to shift to electricity, and in electricity to shift to renewable. It's not one topic which could be very capitalistic and the other it's after. We need to think both together and in the same time to take care to the people to be efficient and sufficient. Technology will play a big, big role in this topic, but not technology alone. It's not to change the technology to be in the same realities that yesterday. We have in the same time to educate people, with skilled people, because today, for example, in Africa, we have enough electricians to electrify 20% a fourth of Africa. But if we would like to electrify more people in Africa, yes, it's a question of investment. Yes, it's a question of de-risking. Yes, it's a question of innovation. But it's a question of people too. If we don't have enough people to go in the countryside, far for the biggest city in Africa, never we will deploy electricity.
Thank you, Gilles. And one of the key points that I noticed, and you put it very nicely, is we need to look at efficiency and sufficiency at the same time. And that really brings me to the consumer perspective. We've been hearing a lot also about sort of bringing the cost down and how energy efficiency can play a role in affordability. This is very key if we are to sort of expand access to electricity, but keep it reliable as well. So Nina, from that perspective, as solar energy starts to expand, and we've been hearing about grid systems, but also distributed energy from Gilles, what consumer protections do you see as necessary, and how do we ensure that households, especially low income, those at the bottom of the ladder, or the first-time energy users get quality products, fair pricing, and reliable service?
Thanks, Timoji. It's lovely to be here and very pleased to be joining this discussion, bringing that consumer perspective. I'm from Consumers International, and we're all about putting consumers at the center of the energy transition. Not only because they are actually the people, the households that the whole system is designed to serve, but also because without their support, active support, we won't get through this transition in time. And I think the missing link for this transition has really been that consumer support. It's been consumer trust. Trust in the storyline and the narrative that we're telling, trust in the technology that we're offering, and trust in the market actors that they have to engage with. So how do we build trust? I think that's the main question. Consumers have a lot of hurdles to get through on their consumer journey, their customer journey through energy. It's about where do they find the information, build their own knowledge, how do they access and afford the technology that they need, and how do they get a voice in that process to influence decision making so that the projects are appropriate for their situation. So there's a lot of hurdles in the way for consumers to really actively participate. And you asked about consumer protection. So if I speak directly to that question, because I think we could talk a lot about the affordability challenges and the new business models, the regulatory and policy approaches to address that affordability piece. But in consumer protection, I think it's an issue that's not talked about enough. So I think there are 4 things that we can do to build consumer trust and consumer protection in this transition for solar energy. So number 1 is, so going back to that consumer journey, number 1 is making sure that consumers have access to reliable information about what that is tailored to their needs. So what are the benefits and costs for their particular situation? And they need to be able to get that information from a trusted source. And European Climate Fund to help members in local situations build one-stop shop platforms, so information platforms. We've been doing several countries, all in emerging economies at the moment, and Nigeria is a great example. So there are 85 million people without access to electricity in Nigeria right now. Solar is a fantastic solution for them. But what our member there, the Consumer Defense Organization, Cardiff, discovered is that people are really unclear about what the opportunity is, how it works at the household level. So they have built this online platform. They engaged with 500 stakeholders across the whole supply chain, the whole market, but critically they spoke to consumers about what are their knowledge gaps, what are their concerns. And this online platform is a really trusted, reliable place for those Nigerian households to go and find out the answers to those questions. So reliable information. There's also a piece around product standards. Consumers need to be able to trust that the products that are in the market are actually going to work, they're reliable. So standards to make sure we're not dumping old inefficient equipment in emerging economies, and also labels, of course, to make sure consumers can identify one from the other. Training, capacity building, Jill's mentioned that is absolutely critical. Again, in Nigeria, that was a key issue that came up in all of that consultation. There's just not enough people who know how to do the work correctly. So there's that, but also certification of those installers. So consumers need to be able to trust that the person they're engaging does have the necessary qualifications. So certification for consumers, and then finally redress. So we can install the equipment with all the best intentions, but there are always going to be operations and maintenance challenges. We need to be able to support consumers in that post-purchase space. And that's a huge gap in most emerging economies at the moment. So we'd love to see, we're already seeing consumer organizations fill that space. We've got our member in Pakistan, the Network for Consumer Protection, has run an amazing education and workshop campaign with local consumers to help signpost them to the places where they can get support with their solar installed. So yeah, so the common thread there is trust. Signposting for consumers, what they can trust, who they can trust. I'll leave that one there for now.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Nina. And you mentioned trust, and I think the other word that I'm hearing, especially, is the solution space, and what's really working, right? And if I take it from the consumers again back to development finance, especially Malina, you mentioned about, again, coming back to your point about bridging to private finance, right? And that's where development finance sort of sits. So what kind of financial structures or risk mitigation tools, people talk about blended finance all day long. What is actually working? What successful models have you seen
Yes.
that are working? And could you share an example, please?
Sure, I can do that. Before that, maybe just, accessibility, it's also about affordability. And when we look for new projects, we also look at what type of models do they have to actually reach the vulnerable population. So pay-as-you-go system in the climate space, and we have made quite a few investments in the renewable energy area, because as we know, climate mitigation has been much more commercially viable also, and developed a lot in Eastern and Southern Africa, for example, where EEP Africa operates. So EEP Africa provides grants for very, very early stage innovations, but repayable grants if it's a more mature company that we can see can more scale and grow. So then we will not throw money out, we will ask it to be repaid. But more commonly, we do provide concessional funding to fund structures where they aggregate a portfolio of investments. So then we provide what we call first loss capital or junior equity, which is the layer in a fund that takes the most risk and get paid the last. And that's the beauty of the mandate that we have, that we can take a lot of financial risk. We don't take risk in a development perspective or a climate perspective. We're very we're screening for environmental and social standards, gender equality, social inclusion, but financial risk we can take. So EEP Africa, for example, as we said, we're looking for that they can reach a stage where they can attract commercial finance. And over the years, the EEP Africa projects, although small, have in total generated 100 million euros in follow-on investments, which is quite substantial. But other than that, we have a number of funds that we have invested in, like the Off-Grid Energy Access Fund and the Energy Entrepreneurship Growth Fund, where we both have combined junior equity, high risk capital with technical assistance. And I didn't mention that before, but technical assistance in combination with an investment is crucial. Like you mentioned, to build confidence, to help companies to be certified, to develop their businesses, to make them commercially viable. So we always try to combine technical assistance that is grant funded with a pure sort of equity investment in these funds. And we try to come in early and co-create together with the fund manager, so we can really emphasize, like I say, the social inclusion and gender and commercial viability.
Thank you so much, Malina. And what you highlighted is very key, especially in terms of the higher risk appetite that you have. And that brings me to you, Gilles, especially in terms of the private sector. What kind of conditions or signals are you seeing that you need from governments, development partners around the table to increase investments, not only in solar, but also on the efficiency side, on demand side management, right? And if you could give an example of of that situation?
I think all the topics are on the table in the discussion that we had previously with you and with us. Point number one, certainly we can ask the public sector, the government and so on, to adapt the price when that is the public sector to decide the price to the flexibility. It's very difficult to have flexibility if we don't have flexibility in the price of energy. And the first topic is to adjust, to adapt, to push flexibility by the price. One, to reduce the cost for the people who are efficient and efficient, first thing. And second thing, to have enough money to invest in the future. First topic. Second topic, all the topic linked to secure and de-risk the project. Because with the public sector, with development banks, with some other actors for finance, we need to work together in a new manner to secure and de-risk the project. The historical manner, it's okay. We have a big project. We can discuss with this institution in order to do that. And it was the manner to discuss for a long time with a lot of people. Tomorrow, we will have a lot of small projects. And the same type of discussion is impossible. I remember very well an example with a development bank. And after 1 or 2 hours, the guy said to me, okay, your solution is perfect. You have to come back with a 1,000 solution in the same countryside, and we can discuss together with this level of investment. If not, we don't have the good mechanism, the good tools to support such type of project. Then, if we consider that tomorrow, village by village, activities by activities, we have to invest to have a small mini-grids or local production. We need to adapt all the relationship with financing, de-risking, with the public sector and the new PPP in order to be better on this topic.
Thanks, Gilles. And that brings me to the final question for this panel. And Nina, you have the last word, especially given that you're representing the consumer side here. I mean, we have been talking about a few business models here, but on site, basically, you have some real good innovation, especially in terms of smart meters, time of use pricing, pay-as-you-go systems. And all of this, though, require a certain behavior change from consumers as well. So consumers have a role to play in the energy transition. So what does it take to make these models work for everyday people? And what are the sort of adoption barriers and enablers that you see?
Yeah, thanks, Tamaji. It's an excellent question because you might be aware that the IPCC has identified that actually between 40 and 70% of the emissions reductions that we need before 2050 will come from the demand side. So all of this is so critical, and consumers are a piece of that. There's a huge role to play, and we need to see consumers stepping up much more strongly than they have so far. But I feel that we've you mentioned demand side flexibility there. I wanted to speak to that a bit because I think it's, alongside energy efficiency, it's a really exciting way to offer consumers some direct, tangible benefit as part of this renewable energy transition. Because to get consumer buy-in on this transition, we really need to be able to show the returns at the individual household level. And at the moment, a lot of what's coming through is price increase around the additional build. But there's something really exciting in demand flex. We have the opportunity to give directly back to households. But we need to do some work to get consumers on board for that. So again, it's about trust. So, and awareness and comfort levels with what's on offer. So we need to tell a really clear and satisfying story to consumers to give them the assurance that this is an opportunity that it's going to protect ease and convenience. It's not going to interfere with the way people use power in their homes, the cultural practices, the family practices, but it can be done in a smooth way that will provide direct benefit to them. So those information campaigns from trusted messengers are going to be really key to get consumers on board. The other thing is making it easy. And to do that, we have to recognize that all consumers are different. We have to become much more sophisticated about the way that we understand consumer needs and practices and experiences. We need to draw on a much richer base of consumer insights. And a plug for Consumers International here, we have a lot of insight in that space. We've done work building consumer archetypes, 4 simple consumer archetypes that help to tailor messaging to groups depending on where they are in that journey of comfort, awareness, and also income and ability to shift. And that's a really key piece, the ability and the income. And you asked about vulnerable groups before, and I really want to speak to that because the reality is not everybody is going to be able to invest in the smart connected technology. Not everybody has the ability to shift their demand, in particular vulnerable groups. And I'm talking, of course, about low-income groups and the upfront costs there, but also other types of vulnerable groups. So there are issues around age. And in fact, demand flex might be a space where older consumers have more ability to shift demand. And it's actually the young single-parent households with kids to feed and a lot of household tasks that will struggle to participate in that. So how do we bring them on board? There's issues around household tenure. Renters are going to struggle to participate. It's a different challenge for rural and urban communities. So we really need to get more intelligent about how we communicate with them. And it's not going to be just about providing grants and subsidies to get people on board. We really want to see those more vulnerable consumer groups being brought actively along on the journey, not to be brought in as the laggards at the end of this process. So that really takes some sophisticated and deliberate program design. And I think there's a huge opportunity here around collective models. So we've seen great programs which go after, for example, social housing blocks. So getting a group of tenants, for example, in a social housing block together to aggregate their potential for demand flexibility, aggregate their ability to upgrade their technology to smart technology. Another one is collective purchasing schemes. So a lot of our members are working on collective purchasing schemes where groups of consumers, more vulnerable or low-income consumers, can get together their resources, get the economy of scale and access technology at lower prices. And we've seen that happening, great work happening in the Netherlands and several of the Nordic countries. We're also seeing it in Thailand. The Thailand Consumer Council has done a great piece, crowdsourcing funding and getting low-cost solar panel installed. So there's a lot of opportunity there. I think it's a really exciting space for consumers, but we just need to be more sophisticated about how we engage with consumers if we want them to really be part of this transition. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do we have time for one audience question, or are we at time? Yeah. Are there any questions from the audience? No? Okay. I think we did quite a good job, especially because we had the whole value chain. I was just thinking about it, all the way from policy enablers to finance to the implementers, the private sector and consumers. So I really hope that this was an informative discussion for all of you. Thank you so much to the International Solar Alliance again for hosting us and for partnering on this event. And thank you again to the panelists and to the fireside chat. participants as well for today's discussion. So we'll be there. Thank you.
Hologram.
momentum and road to 2030. I'm Madhura Joshi, program lead for Asia with E3G, and I work on just clean energy transitions and managing our work in Japan, Indonesia, India. For those of you who are unfamiliar with E3G, a very quick introduction. E3G is an independent climate change think tank with a global outlook. Our goal is to translate politics, economics, and policies into action. We work on tackling the barriers and advancing solutions for the safe climate and for clean, just transitions. We have a great set of speakers today, and I'm sure you're all looking forward to the discussions. So without further ado, I'd like to call on Mr. Karan Mangotra, who's the Partnerships and Strategy Specialist with the International Solar Alliance, to share his opening remarks. Over to you, Karan.
Thank you, Madhura. And let me start by thanking E3G to put this together, and along all the partners from the Global Solar Council, Ramon, Srini from Vasudha. We just had our first session before this, and I was mentioning that we are as strong as our partners, and I'm really happy to collaborate with E3G on the second session of our day. We are just coming out of our 8th annual assembly, and hello. And hello. Check. Yeah. We were coming out of our 8th annual assembly, and one of the things that intrigued and piqued our interest was that today we stand at a historic inflection point. It took the world 25 years to build the first 1,000 gigawatts of solar capacity, but it took just the last two, to add another 1,000. And this is a statement of fact. The IEA projections say that the global renewable energy capacity is set to double to nearly 4,600 gigawatts by 2030. PV will drive 80% of this growth, and Asia Pacific will be leading the charge, accounting for over 70% of the recent additions. For the first time in history, renewables has overtaken fossil fuel in the global power mix, reaching around 35, 36%, early 25 numbers. Now, this is a turning point, both for energy security, climate action, but most importantly, economic opportunity. Between 2016 and 2024, the investments, and I'm sure the panel will discuss a lot on this, rose from 146 billion USD, 521 billion USD, capturing 3/4 of the total renewable energy investment. But this is more about much more than numbers, actually. It's more of innovation. The costs have fallen 21% year on year, making it the cheapest source of bulk power in 2/3 of the global market. Solar also is now a home product. You can actually install it at your homes. It's about integration. So it's solar plus storage, now approaching almost cost parity with fossil fuel. And also inclusion of off-grid solar, provides the access opportunity for over 550 million odd people who still lack it. Challenges, of course, still remain. ISA, through its 125 member countries, works across the 4 archetypes of countries of high income, emerging economies, least developed countries, and the SIDS. Growth in capacities of solar as well as investments is uneven across these archetypes. More than 90% of the capacity addition was concentrated predominantly in developed economies, along with India and China. And on the investment side, almost 80% of the investments happened in the same region. Now, this diverse, geographical context that need to be involved in the situation, that's the next challenge for the next phase of growth. For us at ISA, when we get into it at country level and archetype-wide context, the grid, both the transmission and the distribution level grid, that infrastructure is lagging. That's the binding constraint, without which around 1550 gigawatts of RE projects, they're still waiting for grid connection. So today, I think I'm really happy to have this panel that E3G has put together. So I think the choices that we make today and the aspects that we discuss today will chart a roadmap for how the future pans for all of us. So thank you, Madhura. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Hello. This can help us compete with the next room in making more noise. But thank you so much. As I sort of introduce our panelists, I request them to come and join us on the dais as well. We have a great set of speakers, as I mentioned. First, I'd like to introduce Mr. Ramon Mendes, who wears many, many hats. He's the former Secretary of Energy of Uruguay, where he led the energy transition that allowed his country to have 98% renewable sources in its power mix and reduce the cost of electricity. He was also the former Secretary for Climate Change of Uruguay and played a leading role in negotiating the Paris Agreement. Now considered a global champion in energy transition processes. Mr. Ramon is the president of REN21 and founder director of Fundación IV, working on advising governments and the private sector on creating the conditions to promote renewable energy. Next, I'd like to invite Miss Sonia Dunlop, sorry. She's the CEO of the Global Solar Council and has worked in the solar PV industry, renewables policy, and climate finance space for more than 15 years. She's deep expertise in solar PV, development finance, renewables, digitalization of energy, and has worked in multilateral development banks, climate, and has a host range of experience. Next, I'd like to call Mr. Srinivas Krishnaswamy. He's the CEO of Vasudha Foundation. He's an economist by training and the CEO of Vasudha Foundation, a not-for-profit think tank based out of India that works in clean energy and climate policy, which was set up by him in 2010. Under his leadership, Vasudha has forged a number of partnerships, especially with several Indian state governments, and has worked with them from developing a net zero vision and pathways to facilitating development of action plans for localized climate action. Thank you so much for making the time for this conversation today. And maybe just to sort of set a brief context and highlighting what Karan had also said, we know that renewables is growing at an accelerated pace. Just recently, there was a study that Ember had also put out that said that the increase in solar and wind power outpaced global electricity demand growth in the first half of 2025. This is definitely a huge milestone. Solar alone met 83% of this rise, with many countries setting new records. We've also seen new regions and countries where deployment rate is accelerating. Some of the growth hotspots in the context of South Asia, we've seen rapid rise in solar. India is projected to be the second largest national market for renewables growth by 2030, according to IEA projections. And it accounts for 80% of the global firm renewable energy tenders that have been seen since 2021. In the MENA region, we've seen Saudi Arabia accelerate its renewables deployment, and the projections show that MENA is also going to be a new hotspot for renewables growth. And in ASEAN, we such as Malaysia, Vietnam, their ambition on renewables. However, challenges do exist, and these range from regulatory, technical, political, and importantly, financial. So in today's panel, we'll sort of try and look at what are these challenges, how have certain countries that have seen exponential renewables growth helped in addressing these, what lessons do they offer for other emerging economies, and what role can sort of alliances such as International Solar Alliance, Global Solar Council play in sharing best practices as well as things to avoid, like what were the mistakes that were made that led to bottlenecks that can help in taking us to the next jump of renewables that is needed to meet the 2030 goal of tripling renewables, doubling energy efficiency, and of course setting the pathway to beyond. So maybe I'll start first with you, Solar. With you, Sonia. You've been following the sun for a while now. Solar has seen incredible growth and it remains unequal. What are the key solutions you see in growth meeting the the tripling renewables target by 2030, particularly in emerging economies? And where do you see at the next sort of hotspots for renewables and particularly solar growth?
Thank you so much, Madhura, and thank you so much to Madhura and to E3G for organizing this fantastic event. I used to work for E3G myself, so a particular thanks. And thank you to the International Solar Alliance for hosting us and really pay tribute to everything the International Solar Alliance does and the fantastic partnership between us as the Global Solar Council, as the private sector membership-based industry association, and the International Solar Alliance as the intergovernmental alliance working on this topic. So first of all, everyone's question, which is the next country that's going to have a massive solar rush, right? And the answer is, of course, that we don't know. But the big candidates are, of course, India, of course, Nigeria, candidates, maybe South Africa. What's for sure is that solar is now primarily a global south phenomenon. So if you look at where the containers of solar panels are going, if you sit in a port in Shanghai and you look at where those containers are going, they are going to the global south, right? So this is now a global south phenomenon, and that is really important to understand. In terms of what are the barriers to deployment at the global level? What are the barriers to deployment at the global level? What are the challenges that we need to fix in order to get to our goal of 8 terawatts of total installed capacity by the end of this decade and 1.5 terawatts of total installed capacity in terms of battery storage? So really the first one is finance. And other standards that to really try and bring. We need to be looking at electricity market design reform in order to make it possible for both large and small solar projects to sell their power into systems. And there again, we've published a report on this as well, connecting the sun with 30 specific electricity market design reforms that need to be implemented. And finally, there's a skills and a workforce development challenge. And here, International Solar Alliance have their Star C program, which is very good at this. We are also creating a global solar training standard, basic training that everyone has to do before they build a solar farm. That will help us deliver this 10, 15 plus workforce that we need in order to get to that 8 terawatts. So those are the 3 challenges as we see them, and many more besides, but those are the ones that we are prioritizing as the Global Solar Council, and we'd like to work with all of you to try and solve.
Thank you so much. And I think that brings us really well to the next set of questions that I was going to pose to you, Mr. Mendes. Sonia mentioned about the need for systems design and systems integration to look at renewables growth. So Uruguay's transformation has become a global reference case. What policy and system design lessons from Uruguay's experience can emerging economies draw upon for their journey as they plan their journey for decarbonizing the power sector?
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And in fact, to answer your questions, I will just follow what Sonia is saying. Because in fact, this is the main lessons learned from our case, from our Uruguayan case. We succeeded to be 99% renewable last year because we planned the system and we operate the system in a completely different way than traditional ones. Globally, all over the world, the system, regulation, market design, technical details have all the time been defined according to the characteristic of fossil fuels. And that's fine because they were the best till some time ago. But now we want to go really to include renewables. We need to redefine in a disruptive way the way we plan the system, and the way we operate the system. And this is a consequence how to define the market in order to make it possible. Today is very difficult. And one of the main difficulties related to the fact of the capital cost and the lack of having money is because the reality and the market is not that clear. And in fact, we are in exploding phase, but explosion can be good, but can be bad. And this is my main concern today. In Uruguay, we really define a different way of remunerating all the energies, all technologies, particularly how to remunerate solar and wind was absolutely crucial. That's why we succeeded to halve by a factor of 2 the cost of producing electricity in the country since we introduced wind and solar. And this is because we really succeeded to prove that renewables are the best option, the cheapest option, even if climate change didn't exist, even though we have the new technology which are ready, which are mature, both from the technical side and from the economic side. But we have to create the conditions, otherwise things are not going to happen. So my main concern today is a concern, really a concern, is that we succeeded to come up to here because solar is so much less cost than fossil fuels, then transition is happening spontaneously, but in a completely disordered way. If we continue in this way, we in some system, we can have bad explosions. We really need to focus on planning. Planning is crucial. If we don't plan the system, how to expand and how to manage the variability of different sources, the complementarity of different sources, if we don't do that, we can go to a certain point where people are going to say, oh, you see, it didn't work. No, it didn't work because we didn't do the appropriate things, not because they're not ready. So how we need to redefine once again, for example, which is the complementarity of roles of different technologies. And the way we remunerate it has to do with the way that the value it provides to the system. So, I mean, I'm really concerned because in some markets, we are already beginning to have difficulties. And if we don't face these difficulties urgently, we can enter in a disruptive phase. We're not going to be good for the systems.
Thank you so much. I think you are very right that we are seeing IEA had put out these phases of energy transitions. And I think the growth that happens in renewables in phase 1 and phase 2 is much faster, but system design becomes so important for them to jump into the third phase, which is actually looking at how more and more renewables is integrated into the system. So moving from Uruguay all the way to India, India's seen a huge momentum in solar growth in renewables. It's got more 250 gigawatts of installed capacity from non-fossil fuel sources. And we are seeing a huge boost in utility scale solar and distributed renewables as well. Would be great to hear from you and your experience. What have been some of the policy, financing, and institutional experiences that have helped in propel RE growth? And where do you see this bottleneck? Do you see a bottleneck emerging? And what can be done to sort of scale that to take it to the next level?
Thank you, and a very good afternoon to all of you. I would say if I were to list out 2 or 3 things that India did right, I would say A, target setting, B, a conducive policy, regulatory, and a fiscal regime environment. And I will leave out the governance bit, but I will talk about that both in terms of what worked and what didn't work. But let me elaborate on this whole target setting and what has been the impact of the target setting. So if we actually look at the last couple of years, and I'm going to break it into 2 segments. I'm going to talk of utility scale solar renewables, and then I'm going to talk of distributed solar, rooftop solar. Now, if you look at the utility scale solar, in the last 1.5 years, our national target of 500 gigawatts or around that of renewable energy, we had a number of states announcing targets, very ambitious targets. I know for a lot of people in this room, these states may just be a name, but they're very important. So if you look at some of these states, the just 1-year targets, Rajasthan announced 125 gigawatts by 2030, huge number. Gujarat announced 100 gigawatts by 2030. You had another state down south which announced 160 gigawatts by 2029. That's Andhra Pradesh. So you had a lot of these new targets that came in. And what was the result? In 2023, India added 10 gigawatts. It's normalized to a calendar year. 2024, it increased to 25 gigawatts. 2025, in just 9 months, we have done 29 gigawatts and likely to do 33, 34 gigawatts. You've seen that huge shift. You know, the targets have helped, and the targets have been the last 1-2 years. Now, aside of targets, how does this help again? Investments. Where's the money coming from? So we tracked the investments that came into renewable energy in August 2025 and compared it to just 1 month of August 2024. And there was a 45% increase in just that between August 2025 and August 2024. And if you look at a year-on-year investments that has come to the sector, it's close to about 7.7 times, an increase of 7.7 times. And the investments is something about $9.8 billion just the last year. So I would say that that really worked. Coming to the second point on regulatory and policy, regulatory, fiscal environment, India has got the scheme called the production-linked, performance-linked incentive schemes. So the performance-linked incentive schemes for 2 sectors that I'm going to talk of. One is module manufacturing, another one is battery manufacturing, okay, for battery energy storage. If you look at the performance-linked incentive scheme, what did it do for the module manufacturing? 5 years back, 6 years back, I think our module manufacturing capacity was just under 2 gigawatts, roughly 2 gigawatts. I'm sure Sonia is tracking the number more closely than we do, but it was just about 2 gigawatts. And today we have close to about 118 gigawatts of solar module manufacturing and growing, right? And just in the span of the last 5 years. If you look at the battery infrastructure, again, it has gone substantial. We have close to about so I think close to about 45 gigawatt hours of battery manufacturing in just the last 1 year, 2 years. So I would say if there is a lesson that can be emulated in other countries, I would clearly say for me the target setting was very important. The performance-linked linked incentive schemes also helped substantially to ensure that you have that kind of manufacturing capacity in-house and reduce your dependence on imports to a large extent.
Thank you so much. I think like you've raised a lot of points that I would like to pick up in the round 2 of our discussions as well. But I think the sort of key point that you've also flagged, but that all panelists have flagged, is about the cost of capital. A recent sort of World Investment Outlook report by the IEA highlighted that even when we look at emerging economies, surprisingly, India and Brazil had higher cost of capital for utility scale solar compared to, say, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand as well. And the range is quite huge, right? We're looking at cost of capital ranging from about 4% to about 10% for utility scale solar, which is, you know, a proven technology as well. So maybe I'll come to you, Ramon. Like, you know, in your experience, what are the solutions that can help in reducing the cost of capital, which ends up becoming a key barrier for a lot of countries to be able to grow this as well, right?
Well, thank you. I definitely think this is the most important question, because in fact, capital cost has to do with everything you do. It's not just by chance that you're going to have low or bad or high capital. In our case, can tell you 3 things that we did. First one is we had in Uruguay a long-term agreement between all political parties in the country. We have gone through 5 consecutive governments, going from left to right and right to left, and the energy policy continued exactly the same, because we understood really all the benefits of the energy transition for our own country interests. We created 3% of the total labor force of the country related to this energy transition. We decreased costs. We have a lot of spillover of the whole economy. We are exporting now electricity surpluses to our big neighbors, Argentina and Brazil. So we have a tremendous positive impact for the development of the country itself. So having a long-term policy which is backed by the entire political system is absolutely crucial in order to bring confidence to investors. Second is the market design, and particularly the PPAs you are proposing to the investors. In Uruguay, curtailment is not paid by the investor. is this absolutely stupid. I mean, they have a lot of cannibalism effect that cannot be controlled by the investor. So curtailment is paid by the demand, by the off-taker, because the off-taker knows, thanks to the planning, to the systemic planning of the system, which is the exact amount of curtailment they can have in order to have which is the optimized cost of the whole system. Third, we are not obliging solar or wind generator to sell electricity if they don't produce it. This is something which is still happening in many markets, where a solar producer, when he's not producing, has to go to the secondary market to pay for a fossil fuel megawatt at a lower cost. So there are in bankrupt many of those because of their having inappropriate contracts in order to develop. So contracts is the second key in order to good contracts, appropriate contracts. The only risk for investors should be if they know how to do their job, nothing more than that. All the rest is not under its control. So this is why we sharply decrease the cost of the electricity, because we sharply decrease the cost of capital, because at the end of the day, renewables is not an industrial business. It's just a finance business. It's just finance business. I mean, operation and maintenance is very, very, very low, and the fuel cost is zero. So everything is just paying back investors, nothing more than that. And the third and last point has to do with how do you conceive the system. Everything is defined thanks to a planning, but this planning is mandatory for the investors. I mean, there is a competition, technology by technology, who is going to offer the best price of the electricity, the best, how the off-taker is going to pay for the electricity. So these three elements were the key issues, but this means that we have to redefine the system. We cannot just continue thinking that energy transition is just changing from one fuel to another. An energy transition is deeply redefining our power system. And this is what we need to do if we really want to take all the advantages that wind and solar are bringing so far to the systems.
Thank you. I'm going to give it to you. Thank you so much. Point? No, yeah, now it's not working. Thank you so much. I think the points that you highlighted are really important. Definitely, like across the board, political will and consistency in policy. Second is, of course, market design and systems design to ensure that, you know, private sector as well is compensated well, and that can help in bringing down the cost of capital as well. Maybe I'll just turn to you. I know that for emerging economies, currency hedging risk is something that is always a huge burden, and some studies have shown that it can add almost like 3 to 15% to the cost of capital and the cost of project. So what, according to you, is the role of multilateral development banks and even domestic development banks? What role can they play in helping with, you know, bringing down the cost of capital, also with the hedging risks, even, you know, assuming that you have political certainty and market design in place?
Yes, no, currency risks are huge, and they're expensive to hedge, right? It's expensive to hedge a currency risk. So the solutions are very much domestic capital mobilization where possible, and for rooftop solar, that's very, very possible. And then, yes, working with multilateral development banks, development finance institutions, where they can either hedge the currency risk or provide local currency financing, or find some other solution that can bridge between the dollar-denominated financing for big projects and the local market. So definitely bridging that currency risk is a big one. But I really want to emphasize that solar, you've got to distinguish between utility scale and rooftop. And in rooftop, this is the people's power. And I want to tell the story of Fahida Salim from Karachi, who during the Pakistan energy crisis, when prices went sky high, scraped together all the money she had, sold all her jewelry, borrowed some money from her family to pull together $600 to buy 2 solar panels and a battery and be able to have reliable electricity to run her fan, to raise her children. She's a single mother as well. And it's stories like that, you know, when we talk about shifting financial flows, right, one of the goals of the Paris Agreement is shifting financial flows towards low carbon and resilient development. Let us not forget the households all over the world who are scraping together $600, $300 for a balcony solar system that you can plug in to an electricity socket like the ones under there. You know, let us not forget those and how they too are essentially domestic capital mobilization and the shifting of financial flows towards the energy transition. But yes, currency risks are a really difficult one, very expensive to hedge. We need the support of the multilateral development banks. We need the multilateral development banks to be doing intermediated finance with local private retail banks to get finance to those small projects that are you know, even a 5 megawatt utility scale project that is doable in many of these markets. And we need a strategy, I think, across them in terms of distributed renewables. And actually, this is something that E3G has been working on for a long time, funded by the Good Energies Foundation, in the team of Larissa Gross, actually, who, peace be upon her, you know, rest in peace. She's looking at us, looking down on us from above. She passed away just a week or two ago, and we miss her dearly. So this is dedicated to Larissa Gross, but this is something that E3G has been working on for a long time, of how the multilateral development banks can do more on distributed energy. And we are absolutely committed to work with all our partners to try and find a strategy to allow them to do that.
But thank you so much. That work that she's mentioning is really helpful. And I think it's also something that is relevant in terms of like the planning context as well, right? So this sort of brings me to the next question, Srini. You highlighted, as well as Ramon highlighted, about the need for political signals and, you know, systematic planning. I think an often overlooked piece of it is, what is the governance structure that is helpful in moving towards like the net zero pathways? We know this is happening in renewables energy planning. And how does that sort of help or deter in the renewables growth?
Before I come to that, Madhura, I just want to take where Sonia stopped on the solar rooftop. Again, where I see policy playing a very major role, 21 months back, a couple of years back, India announced what was called as the the Prime Minister's rooftop solar program, right? And before that, the offtake of solar rooftop was virtually nil. But in just these 21 months, we've been able to install close to about 2.1 million solar rooftop across that many households. And it's growing, right? And there's a target of 10 million households. And I think that should be achieved very soon. So that's where I think I see there, again, a policy and a target playing a very major role. Now, what we also did, and this is similar to the story that Sonia related, we did a survey of the households that have installed the solar rooftop. And in the span of about 6 to 8 months, people had huge savings. They were able to, invest the savings, etc. And there's a detailed survey, and it's available on our website. And that survey was done in actually the very city where the Prime Minister launched this program, his own constituency, which is called the Varanasi. So we did a survey there, and the results were amazing. Now, coming to the governance bit, and I just want to make one. Yes, the cost of capital in India is super, super high, but that's not really been a major deterrent for investments in that sense, right? A lot of the private sector have found innovative ways of raising the capital through bonds and so on. But what has been a major deterrent, and that is a governance issue in a way, is that the entire value chain, or each of the components of the value chain, do not speak to each other and are not interoperable. So, for example, the generation, transmission, and the distribution assets, they are pretty disjointed, and that's something that needs to be addressed. You may all have read, many of you may have read recently that close to about, I think, 10 gigawatts of solar, utility scale solar projects could not evacuate or send power to the grid because of bad or poor transmission infrastructure. And that's going to be a major issue. So yes, cost of capital is a problem, but I think looking at the transmission infrastructure or the entire infrastructure, the value chain, electricity value chain is super important. And that's something I think countries need to do better, and India definitely needs to do better. But having said that, what India has also done is it set up a task force to look at digitizing the public infrastructure for energy. And if that and the task force is set up, has to come up with a roadmap. So let's see what kind of roadmap that comes up. Now, one other point on the governance, if you actually look at states that have done well on renewable energy front, aside of the fact that they have huge potential, it's also the institutional and governance structure that sort of helped in driving the renewable energy growth. The Indian Constitution has something called a concurrent central list and a state list. A concurrent list are those subjects where laws can be formulated by both the state government as well as the federal government. Now, electricity comes in what is called as a concurrent list. So a lot of states have come up with new innovative governance system to ensure RE scale up. And I'll give one example. Tamil Nadu earlier used to have something called the Tamil Nadu Energy Development Agency, which was sort of more or less a defunct body, okay? But now they set up a Tamil Nadu Green Energy Company Limited, and that actually helped to drive renewables in the state. Similarly, Gujarat. What Gujarat did was, in addition to having the Gujarat Energy Development Agency, it also had the Gujarat, another company which is called the GUVNL to also look into it, and that really worked. So you have these multiple agencies that, if you have the kind of governance structure, it also helps in getting the kind of investments and then helps to set targets. So I think that is super important. But more importantly, I would say that how do each of the arms of the electricity value chain talk to each other? That is something that will have to be a key governance issue. And if that is not addressed, then having targets are fine, but then it might deter investments coming in.
And can I just say, inspired by the Indian program for 10 million solar homes, we are very soon going to be launching our 300 million solar homes mission globally by the end of the decade. And we'd really love your support. And do come to our event on Friday night as well to celebrate that.
Fantastic. I think I've seen the benefits of distributed renewables myself while looking at, work around livelihoods and energy access, and the role that it can play in really putting money in people's hand and energy and decisions in people's hand. So I'm really excited about this 300 million solar rooftop project that you have, and all power to achieving this target by 2030. Maybe I'll come for all the panelists. The next set, something that has been raised a few times around, was the role of sort of supply chain security of manufacturing. So coming to you, sorry, I gave you the mic, but I want to come to Sonia. I was wondering if you can sort of talk about, as global supply chains are sort of evolving, how can countries diversify manufacturing to maintain affordability and build resilient supply chains? And do you think that there is a risk of countries competing with each other in this bargain?
So we as a Global Solar Council want to see low-cost, sustainable, diversified and resilient supply chain, right? That is what we need. We need absolute resilience in our supply chain, and that does require more diversification. So our vision is to have a global supply chain, and we want to put forward this vision officially as well, is to have a global supply chain where, yes, the bulk of manufacturing may still happen in China, but where we establish really major regional manufacturing hubs in India, in Brazil, in Southeast Asia, in Europe, in North Africa, in Saudi Arabia, in these countries where we are already seeing factories being set up, and where we need more. We need the entire value chain, not just some of it, all of it, all the way from polysilicon to ingots, to wafers, to cells, to solar PV, battery storage as well, racking, of course, inverter manufacturing. We need the whole value chain. We need it at immense economies of scale, which is why I think realistically there can only be, you know, a small handful of regional manufacturing hubs around the world. And we need to essentially come to a global consensus that this is the way forward. And that is what we are trying to forge within the Global Solar Council, what the team sitting in front of me does day in, day out, building those bridges between the different parts of the world. Remember, as the Global Solar Council, we represent the European industry, China, India, you name it. We represent everyone, and it is our job to bring everyone together with a common vision on how we go forwards on this question of supply chain and manufacturing.
Thank you. I think more for regional hubs, all for regional hubs for, you know, strengthening the resilience of supply chains as well. But maybe if I could just sort of take this forward to you, Ramon, what do you think are the, you know, investments needed for the next leg of renewables and solar growth? So what innovations and technology investments are needed globally as well as regionally for
So this is what we need to change. There has always been a dominant narrative saying first that renewables are more expensive, then that it's not possible to deal with variability, with intermittency. Come on, I mean, human engineering has succeeded to put a man in the moon 50 years ago, and you're going to tell me that we cannot manage renewables. I mean, it's absolutely nonsense, but this is exactly the role of dominant narrative, saying that what is already ready, in fact, is not. So today, 2025, we don't have a technology problem. We have grid formings. We have everything we need in order to show that the transition now is better than the old technologies. The problem is have to take the appropriate decisions. So it's policies, it's regulation, it's market design, it's how to plan the system. We have to redefine the system. So that's it. Nothing more than that. And the last, what is the next point which is repeated by the dominant narrative? Oh, but you have this problem of the supply chain. Of course, every industry has a problem with supply chain, but you can solve it. I mean, if you do the appropriate things, you can solve it. And if you go to a circular economy, it's even better to solve the supply chain difficulty. So once again, the point is either you accept the dominant narrative saying that this is not possible, or you go through to take the appropriate decision in order to go to a future which is already present and is better than the past.
Thank you so much. I think what you sort of highlighted is really true, that the dominant narrative has been about sometimes pointing out the flexibility challenges, et cetera, of renewables, but we've seen in regions and in countries how this has been overcome. And I feel that a bigger sign also of perhaps shift in some of the narrative is the hard-nosed security folks also looking at renewables as a way of strengthening actually security, both from the hard security perspective as well as the larger energy security conversation. So it's about shifting to see how we can, improve the governance structures.
And if you can allow me one last minute, I just want to say what we are facing is a cultural conflict. This is what we are facing. And for cultural conflict, we need this. We need to work together. We need to work at networks. That's what ISA is perfect. And that's why I'm not running REN21, because REN21 is a combination, 120 organizations going from governments to the industry to the country. So we have to work together in order to face the reality, in order to show with data that the new economy is ready to deliver.
Amazing. And talking about new economies, earlier in the year and since last year, we've had like the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy in India talking about potentially looking at 1,800 gigawatts of renewables by 2047. Achieving that would mean that it's a nearly decarbonized power sector with over 90% of it. What do you think is required in terms of policy, in terms of maybe even investments, supply chain, manufacturing, R&D to help us reach that target?
Like I said, I would say emphasis on coordination of the entire value chain. I think that is still a major issue, and unless that is addressed, setting targets or having targets, you will not get the kind of investments, and that would, deter investments to come in. So I would say that is super critical, important. But having said that, and I want to just dwell a little on the whole supply chain, I think it's important for platforms like the G20 to take up this issue and come up with some sort of a collective framework on how the supply chain is addressed, particularly for renewable energy scale. Also important because you are looking at critical minerals. You're looking at a few countries that only have the critical minerals, and then you have few other countries which have monopolized the critical minerals. So how do you address that? And so you need platforms like the G20, the REN21, Global Solar Council, and all of them working together to come up with a guidance framework, and that is super important. From an Indian perspective, I think, the Ministry of Renewable Energy, the Department of Science and Technology, we sometimes forget the DST, right? I think all of them, and then the Niti Aayog. So the Niti Aayog, for those of you who don't know, was an erstwhile planning commission and is now a think tank, a government think tank. It's a policy think tank. Are all coming together to develop the kind of frameworks and roadmaps for that. So we are part of the 2070 roadmap, which actually talks of what your supply chain should look like. So there is that target there. So it may go beyond the gigawatt figures that MNRE spoke about. It may be even 3,000 gigawatts, whatever it is. But you have that, and now you have to work backwards. If you say 2070, you need to touch 3,000, or 2050. Let's say, and I'm not making that announcement, but let's say India announces a peaking year at some point in time. And then, I'm not saying that, but let's say you have a peaking year and then you work backwards. So I think there are agencies that are working on what kind of resources required and what are the kind of technology that's also required. So that work is being done. But again, I would stress on two things. I would stress on the supply chain management and how the G20 and other platforms should take it up. And B, I think for a country like India, and for at least a lot of other countries that we also work in Africa and so on, how do the value chain talk to each other? I think that's going to be super important.
Thanks so much, Srini. I think we've covered a whole range of different topics over here. Before I ask my next question to the panelists, I just wanted to open the floor for audiences in case you have any questions that you'd like to address to the panelists. Yes, please. Please introduce yourself and.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melania Chibonda, and I work for an organization/network called Shine Collab. And we work on decentralized renewable energy systems, which are women-driven and those that meet the needs of women. And I just want to maybe comment and throw a question. comment mainly on what Sonia said about building climate resilient local economies. And I'm saying local because I'm coming from Africa, where 600 million people live without access to the most basic energy services. And we find the solution lying in decentralized renewable energy services, particularly solar, because Africa is using less than 2% of its solar potential. But my question to you is on the I don't want to call them conflicts, but resistance, where there are critical minerals being mined in particular areas. I am a Zimbabwean, where the country is hosting the largest lithium deposits on the continent. And just yesterday, as I was watching the news, I saw the president of Zambia being, how to call it, egged by communities in the Zambia copper belt, and is there on the news on YouTube. And the reason being that communities are not realizing any benefit from the copper, from the cobalt, from the lithium. We can talk about the DR Congo and that. And where exactly do we need to have accountability mechanisms to ensure that we don't just extract value while communities live without access to clean energy services? Thank you.
Really good question. The answer lies in responsible mining initiatives, the International Responsible Mining Alliance, and the Global Battery Alliance battery benchmarks. The critical raw materials in our industry are really in batteries, right? We're really talking about the inputs that go into batteries. And there we have to make sure that every single buyer of batteries around the world for battery energy storage and for electric vehicles demands that the batteries are produced according to the Global Battery Alliance's battery benchmarks. If we can do that, if we can do that for every single EV market and every single battery storage buyer in the world, then that will trickle down and make sure that we have responsible mining for cobalt, for lithium, for copper, for all the other necessary ingredients for the energy transition. In solar, there aren't actually critical raw materials. So the raw material is polysilicon. It's made from quartz, which is essentially a type of sand found in many places around the world. But there we do have our own mechanism called the Solar Stewardship Initiative, and actually REN 21 is on the board of the Solar Stewardship Initiative to make sure that we have responsible mining, responsible manufacturing, responsible ESG standards across everything we do. So we are working on this. It's our job as an industry association to look after the long-term interests of our entire industry and everyone who works within our supply chain. That does include mining. So we are working on it, and we're working with investors, buyers, and insurers to make it absolutely mandatory going forward as well.
Thank you so much. If we can just a brief question. Introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Miguel, and I'm also part of the Shine team. You talk about responsible mining. I just want to know, is there any watchdog where that is accessible that people can report to? Because there's a tendency where some end up taking the raw materials from a third party, and that third party, there's some form of dubious arrangement where the identity of the corporation that is buying from the third party is not known, but somehow, you know, it ends up going to that chain, and they move around on media saying we are doing responsible mining, but when in actual fact it's just a farce. So we want to know if when you mention responsible mining, what are the watchdog? Is there any watchdog, and is it accessible to like people on the ground in the community? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's the IRMA. You can report it to them, IRMA.
I just thought I'll add one more question to all the three panelists, or even to Madhura. So like there's excellent progress on solar, but just wanted to understand what is happening, including this part, about the battery storage, like because we need that and on-demand RE. So what's happening on the storage?
We'll probably start with this as the second last question for the panel. Perhaps you would like to come and I'll ask the battery storage question to all panelists. Do you think there's enough progress that is being made on battery storage? And what needs to be done over there to actually help move it?
Not necessarily, but not because of a lack of technologies. Once again, it's a lack of planning, because we don't necessarily need a battery in any solar panel. This is not necessarily the best. This is not necessarily the best option. I mean, it's a specific amount of storage according to the whole engagement of the whole technology within the system. So once again, we need planning. And with planning, we don't necessarily need that as much of storage as we are supposed to have. Once again, we need to plan our system in a completely different way. In our case, once again, sorry for talking about Uruguay once again, but in our case, we have a global system planning, but at the same time, it simulates how to operate the system according to technology you have on the grid. And so that we exactly know which is the specific amount of each technology that we have point by point. And then the market competes to have long-term contracts. We don't have a short energy market, traditional contract market in Uruguay. You just have long-term capacity contracts. And these are based on watch out the specific complementarity of different technologies. So if we go to a better complementarity between sources, we can manage with the specific amount of storage according to the specific needs of each specific system. But we cannot just take one technology that has been defined for a certain context and then try to export it to any other context. This is not the best thing to do. This happened perhaps also with offshore wind, for example, when this can be very good for some specific regions or specific countries or specific, but not for all of them. So we have to plan according to watch out the appropriate technology for each specific national and energy context.
Absolutely. I think context-specific planning is more important when you're looking at renewable energy systems, to also look at what is actually the country's, endowments that are there, that what are the technologies that would work best. So the last question, and I'm going to go across all panelists. We are at COP30. What are the political signals that you would like to see and the real world actions that you'd like to see from COP30 that will really help in bolstering faith about the renewable energy growth and the global commitment towards it? Sonia, you have the mic. Let's start with you.
We want to see COP30 set a signal on the tripling of renewables target, that we need to deliver it. On the doubling of energy efficiency target, we need to deliver it together. On the grids and storage targets, so the doubling of investment into grids around the world to deliver 25 million kilometers of new grid infrastructure, agreed at COP29, as well as 1.5 terawatts of storage, long and short storage, that was also agreed at COP29. We need political signals on the will to implement all of those things. And I would add to that two more things. We want a political signal that we are going to deliver the 300 million solar homes, bringing all of these lofty things to the people, power to the people, benefits to individual working families. And we want a recognition in a report that we're publishing with the United Nations this week that almost every single one of the Sustainable Development Goals can be delivered with solar plus storage.
In addition to what was Sonia said, which I completely endorse, I will add one more point. I would say that we should look at grid integration, and I think that's very, very important. And if you look at grid integration, you could actually reduce a lot of costs in the long run. So I would want to bring that also in the agenda.
Grid integration, energy efficiency for the win. And last word to you, Minister.
Just one last comment, just in the same direction. Once again, I mean, I think it's not just decision or discussion about technologies, is just taking the decision about policy making and what you really commit in order to do. Today, renewables are the best option, even if those COP didn't exist. Because even if climate change didn't exist, renewables are the best for us, for all the development of our country. So let's go for them. That's it. It's a political decision.
Thank you so much. And I think this helps me conclude it really well using what UN Secretary General also said a couple of days back. Clean energy is winning in terms of price, performance, and potential. What we need now is to get the politics right. Otherwise, all this hot, steamy room that that we've been sitting in might just be a reality going into the future as well if the climate change crisis is not tackled. Thank you so much. Let's follow the sun and keep it sunny side up.
Very good. Thank you so much. Very good. Very good panel. Very good panel.
Hello, 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 hello. Also good branding. Can I begin? Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the first Sunny Side Up Fireside Chat series that ISA has been organizing for the last 2 years. It's a fireside chat, a 30-minute lively, engaging, conversational talk series that we do with thought leaders, private sector specialists, government diplomats across our member countries. Today, it's our absolute delight to have Gillian Lofts, Ernst & Young's Global Financial Services and Sustainable Finance Leader, with us. We started last year's series as well with a senior representative from EY, and the whole series went fantastically well. So I was thanking Gillian for agreeing to do this. Jill spearheads the development and the delivery of sustainable finance solutions across strategy, products, risk, regulation, and reporting, helping organizations unlock business value from sustainability and accelerate their transition to the carbon future. She brings over 25 years of experience in wealth and asset management, both as an advisor and industry practitioner, and previously led EY's wealth and asset management business in the UK. Jill has played a pivotal role in shaping UK government's investment management strategy since 2013 and serves on the Investment Association Advisory Board. Please join me in welcoming Gillian Lofts from EY.
Thank you.
Jill, before we came onto the stage for the formal Sunny Side Up, we were discussing about multilateralism and how investments are flowing in the North versus South debate. Let me start with the first question on this shifting power in sustainable finance. At the COP30, anchored in the Amazon, this symbolizes a pivotal shift towards the global South. Finance flows still remain concentrated in the global North. Now, of course, there's a new world order that is emerging. Now, within this context, my first question to you is, how do you see the architecture of sustainable finance evolving? And what would it take to truly decentralize decision-making and capital access?
Wow, what a big question. So I would say, in 2021, many financial services firms made commitments to decarbonize and to increase the amount of funding to sustainability and climate change. But a lot of the political agenda has changed, the economic agenda has changed over those years. So the environment that we're working on has changed quite significantly, I think, since 2021. What I do feel is there has been a lot of, it does feel very slow, but I think if we look backwards at how much climate financing there was in 2019, for example, compared to today, it's quite significantly different. We did a survey recently, just to give you an idea, on transition finance, okay? So in 2024,
transition finance had reached just over 2 trillion. And that was a 17% increase year on year, right? So it's great. Things are moving in the right direction. Now, I'll maybe say a few more statistics from that. What we found with that survey, exactly to your point, geographically, it's the big economies that are raising and using transition finance. So China at 818 billion in 2024, the US at 338 billion, Germany at 109 billion, and then the UK at 65.3 billion. So India, China, sorry, no, not China, India, Brazil, you know, and a lot of the other economies are not receiving transition finance. So I think that's a big point to note. The second thing I would say is that the finance is going to established technologies. So it's going to grids, to electric vehicles, and to establish clean power. It is not going to emerging technologies. Only 7% of transition finance in 2024 went to emerging technologies. So thinking about clean shipping or clean industrials, etc., right? So that's another really big problem that we have. And then the third thing that I would say, well, two more. One is it's not going to the hard to abate sectors. So for example, agriculture, the allocation for agriculture transition is tiny. And then finally, I would just say in 2024, the amount of equity rather than debt shrank significantly. And why is this important? It's important because early stage businesses, small businesses, and early technology typically struggle to attract debt, and they would typically need equity investment. So all in all, and I'm using the transition finance research as an example, but I think it exactly points out what you've just said. So then what, you know, so I think your question is, what do we do about it? And I would say, I think there are some things that have worked really well. And if transition finance has gone up by 17 trillion in 1 year, sorry, 17% in 1 year, then that's significant. But it's going up in developed economies and in established technologies. So I think these systems that we have in place perpetuate those kind of risks in the financial system. And we don't really yet have a way of effectively mobilizing the finance outside of that arena at scale. So I think one of the things that we absolutely have to do is continue to work together and innovate, to think through, okay, well, how do we resolve the much more difficult areas of finance?
No, thank you, Jill. And you know, this also brings me to the two things that we are doing at ISA and the analytics that we were doing. Our 125 member countries are across 4 archetypes. Everybody needing a very context-specific strategy or a country-specific customization. And on the other side, we have a brand new vertical on emerging technology, policy, and roadmap to look at new technologies and their supply chain coming in. In fact, I have my leader of that particular vertical, Dr. Mridula Bharadwaj, here in the room as well. And, you know, you raised 2 very interesting things, which actually go in very well with my next question, is that because of the architecture not flowing into the global south, there is a big aspect of de-risking. And private capital is still very hesitant to come into emerging, but also low-income countries. citing high perceived risks and all sorts of reasons. Now, in the financial and transition finance area that you work in, what innovations do you believe can finally change this? Because a big mix of blended finance, sovereign guarantees, or is it result-based instruments? What are the kind of things that are needed to redraw the playbook?
Yeah, so I guess a couple of points I would make is, the financial risk models that exist in financial services. It's almost hard to innovate away from what we have, right? So they will have they will analyze, as you say, country level risk in a particular way. They will analyze technology risk in a particular way. And of course, this affects their decision making on what they're going to finance and what they're going to give money to. In addition, they, for example, and we've been looking recently at nature finance. They don't really take on board nature finance particularly well. The financial models are really up to 5 years maximum, right? So on the climate side, the modeling that's done is not beyond a 5-year horizon. In the insurance sector, for example, premiums are written every year, right? So, and we know how much, how much the uninsurable is growing as a cadre. So I think there's something here. I mean, we've looked at blended finance. We've looked at different ways to structure finance to make it more commercially viable, bringing in MDBs, multinational development banks, bringing in donors, bringing in, various different parties, also bringing in the insurance sector. And we have lots and lots of case studies of how that works. But in my view, it's still subscale. So I think we almost need to think about two things. One, which is carry on with those mechanisms that we already have, but let's not expect that to go fast enough to fix it. We probably need to bring as one action insurance into every one of these transactions, much at the design stage, not at the, we've worked out what we're going to do, now we need to bring insurance in. I think insurance is absolutely critical here in helping to de-risk the investment or the lending. So I think that's one area that needs to be significantly relooked at. I think the other area, as I said before, it has got to be innovation around the risk model. Because if we're not properly capturing the risks and the way that the risk models operate today, you will have a sort of a disagreement. The risk model will say that your country is high risk, and you'll say, no, it isn't. And that's just one example. You can say the same with nature characteristics. You can say the same with transition risk characteristics. So I do think there's a huge area of innovation around financial risk modeling, which clearly underpins the whole of financial systems globally.
So we at ISA started to grapple with this question 3-4 years ago, looking at risk guarantee instruments for small ticket-sized DRE solutions in Africa because of the perceived risk issues. But these were the kind of issues we were facing as well on, the disagreements on the kind of risks that are there. But that brings me to another layer that we are now seeing emerging, is that while there are the least developed countries and the low-income countries that are there, in the whole puzzle of climate finance, there is a missing middle. So you have $1 billion green bond market, and you have a lot of micro-level credit lines. What is the missing middle look like? And that is where most of the growth is happening. That is where most of the mid-sized projects are coming. They are locally transformative, but in the financial aspects are completely invisible. Now, how do innovation on financial instruments and project pipelines work for those invisible missing middle?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So I don't know what the latest number is, but I think for small and medium enterprises, They represent about 85%, 87% of GDP globally. And obviously in emerging economies and in developing economies, that will be much higher. I think the issue with the middle section, as you say, is typically they won't have the funding, the technical capability, that they won't have the strategy. They won't be thinking about transition and climate change necessarily themselves. They'll possibly be thinking this is something that they can't afford to do, right? Unless, of course, they are in an emerging sector. And then from a financial services perspective, the data on these organizations is not very good. So, you know, whether that be greenhouse gas emission data, whether that be location data, whether it be governance data. So all the information that financial services firms typically want to assess in order to then make a decision about insurance or lending or investment, they typically don't have that data. So I think the data is a huge problem, not only because the financial services don't have it, but because these organizations are not necessarily equipped to create it and produce it on an ongoing, reliable basis. The other thing, and again, this is another area I think probably for financial re-engineering, is, as you said, at the very small level, you'll particularly have potentially niche businesses looking at microfinancing or other type of specialist funds, you know, and specialist activities that could be sustainable. And then you have the really big. In the middle, it's I'm going to put this the wrong way, but it's like a lot of hard work. So what the financial services firms say is the amount of work that they have to put in to understand the business and understand it is really significant. And therefore, for them, when there's other areas they can be focused on, it's easier for them to look at those. So I think your short answer to your question is, how do you create financial vehicles that allow an easier way for financial services to lend, insure, or invest? And it doesn't have to be a fund, but that could be an example. You can have collateralized debt. You know, there's lots of different syndicated loans. We're working with an insurance company at the moment in the UK around, they are looking at nature and how to syndicate insuring of nature credits, which again, I think is really interesting. So I think it's a way for multiple financial services firms to get involved into a vehicle that then will lend, invest, or insure across multiple in that middle layer. That's one solution. It's not all of them.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Jill, because our new vision focuses on from ambition to action. I think there are a lot of commitments floating around, but the action on the ground, there's a mismatch in that. And, you know, that brings me to my next question, actually following in on your answer that you just gave, and maybe more examples from some of the regions that you have worked in, is that now we are often hearing about all these trillions that are needed for climate finance. There is a Baku to Belen $1.3 trillion roadmap and things like that. But countries need tangible, customized, fit-for-purpose project pipelines without which finance doesn't flow. Now, customizations also have to be grounded in country realities. You know, what are the adaptation imperatives? Or what is the local market depth? What are the debt stresses that the countries are facing on? So in your area of work that you lead in EY, do you have examples to take us through some of these issues of fit for purpose, country level project pipelines?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's three layers here. One is the ambition and policy of the country. And how does the country give certainty to the financial services sector that that policy is going to stay? And that is quite difficult in a lot of countries where every 4 or 5 years they're potentially voting for a different government. So how can a country explain that a particular, whether it be an energy transition or a policy towards electric vehicles, for example, how can financial services rely on that over a 5-year period or a 10-year period, and that it's not going to change? So I think that's one big issue. I think the other area is working together. And I know we talk about this a heck of a lot, but public sector, private sector, real economy, academia, NGOs, but because, as I said before, I think the current systems we have will take us so far, and then beyond that, very difficult. I think there are specific funds that work well, like the Altera Fund. I think there are specific initiatives like the JETPs, and the aviation fuel, things like that. Probably we need more of those schemes, but then we've got to create new vehicles, because otherwise I think we're just going to fundamentally slow what we're progress. If we're using the current systems and vehicles that we have in place, I don't think it's going to be fast enough.
No, thank you, Jill. You've been extremely engaging, and to some of the the complex questions that have been raising. But that brings me to my final question. COP30 is being positioned as a implementation COP. So for you, what would success look like from a sustainable finance perspective?
So I think the engagement between private finance and the COP process, I think, needs a bit more work. And what do I mean by that? So if the COP process, let's say, delivers certain ambitions or certain announcements, I think we need a mechanism to implement that involves financial services sector. And I'm not quite sure we've got there yet. So is it going to be resolved in COP30? No, I doubt it. But if we are putting financial targets out there, then I think we've got to work really fast, say, how realistically, involving governments, NGOs, donors, private finance, how realistically can we hit those targets? And what does the trajectory look like? Because we can have a $1.3 trillion annual target. What does that look like in 2026? Right? What does it look like in 27? I mean, I'm not breaking it down to that level of detail, but for me, just the how to do it involving the financial services sector, that's like a dream.
Well, thank you, Jill. And I think the organizers managing the air conditioning also really liked your answer. They blessed us with some really cool air. I think at ISA also, our focus is to now break down the large commitments into milestones, actions, and timelines. Otherwise, you can't do progress or you can't track it. But thank you very much, Jill. You have been fantastic, and thank you for being, the first speaker in our Sunny Side Up series. Maybe we'll open it up for a couple of questions if the audience has from Jill or any one of us.
Jill, thank you so much. That was really interesting to hear sort of a very unbiased and neutral perspective from a person like you. You talked about the innovative mechanisms for risk assessment, which would probably enable the flow of finances from the big financial institutions. in terms of the flow of information to have that mechanism, what do you see? Because you work at the global level, you have seen many such mechanisms in developed countries like China and US, where you talked about so much of sustainable financing has already happened in the previous year. So what do you think would enable the flow of the information from the developed countries to the LDCs so that the LDCs can also have not an equivalent amount of uh, uh, equivalent level of the risk assessment tools, but at least something where the financiers feel more comfortable compared to the current situation?
I mean, I wouldn't be sitting here if I had the answer to that question. I think I'd be over there somewhere. But anyway, what I would say is I think capacity building is really important. So, for example, if the developed economies, if the financial services in developed economies all work off particular financial risk modeling, then why don't we put a heck of a lot more effort in making sure that businesses in the global south and governments and those that require the lending or the financing, that they understand how these models work? Because I think capacity building is really critical. And I think within that, if we start to do more capacity building on the financial risk models, I then question whether we actually then get inputs from the global south, which may help innovate. I think country risk is an issue because, you know, as you said, financial services have models that appoint a risk to a particular country based on the way that they look at it. I don't know whether they would change that. I don't know. But if you look at, let's say, transition within a specific country or sector development or sector transition within a specific country, maybe there could be some innovation there. But I think we should probably start with the financial risk modeling, capacity building.
Any other question? All right. So on that note, I have another question.
Okay, thank you very much for a very good presentation regarding the financing the transition, unlocking capital for sustainable future. I got a very simple question is that I've seen your posters, I've listened to your presentation on especially regarding on LDCs, lower developed countries. In Africa, I've seen like only 5 countries have been included, right? So my question is that, is there any strategy that plan to incorporate other countries in Africa on your program support? And as I know, the issue is financing, right? And most of the countries, the central banks, have major roles to play, to support or to make your strategy to be implemented smoothly in terms of the framework, regulatory guidelines and whatever. So do you have, or have you ever engaged in any central bank in any other countries regarding your financing strategies? Thank you very much.
I'm not sure I fully heard the question, sorry.
More for the ISR part. So would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm sorry for my accent, eh? Okay. My name is Method. I'm from Central Bank, Bank of Tanzania.
So I think the way I understood your question was more for the International Solar Alliance and its programs and its engagement with the countries. Most of our member countries are from Africa. Africa is a continent.
Yes.
So it's the country level strategies are very, very different. And sorry, go ahead.
My question is, do ISA have strategy to incorporate or to include other countries other than those 5? This one.
You have number 2 as well?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does ISA have engaged However, I have used it to engage any central bank to support their initiatives towards financing.
Okay. So on the first question, the countries that are listed here are our deep dive countries for the first year of the new vision. We work across all our member countries, either through platforms, through our Catalytic Finance Hub, through the Global Capability Center, and the new technologies and policies. So everything is covered there. We have 8 or 9 action platforms. So all of these countries get subsumed and are covered. Either it's country-specific capacity building work or platform-wide work. On your second question, in Africa, we have an Africa Solar Facility, which is a risk mitigation instrument for small-scale DRE projects managed by Africa 50. And through that small risk mitigation capital that ISA provides, along with the support of the government of India, there is a 17x leverage in the projects that are going ahead. And we have just started working with the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Agency to take this forward. I think based on the impacts and the results of that, we start to have discussions with organizations like yours to see how we expand it across. No, but thank you, Jill. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Jillian Lofts.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, so order. I didn't know that. I thought.
So very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you all to this session on powering buildings of tomorrow, which is scaling the renewable energy integration into the buildings. With me, I have a very good lineup of speakers, both from India as well as ISA, and of course from Africa. And they are going to share their experience on how the solar integration is becoming a new important crucial element in the growing sector. So just setting the context for today's discussion, I think the global energy transition hinges on this decisive shift towards renewable energy, where buildings is becoming the most critical element of fulfilling our net zero commitments. And within the built environment, it is a very important sector to drive the important conversations on energy transition. So if I have to align to the national as well as the international commitments of the Paris Agreement, the building sector becomes a very crucial element in advancing the solar and the renewable energy integration into the building sector, and advancing or convergence of technologies such as the building integrated photovoltaics, or grid interactive solar systems and hybrid storages. They are becoming promising pathways to make the buildings not only energy efficient, but energy generating ecosystems. Now, if we have to look specifically in terms of the global south, the BIPV become extremely important technology, because the rooftop integration of solar is becoming a very big constraint because of the limited rooftop that we have in the dense cities. So integrating the solar on the facades as well as on the shading devices, it is helping to generate or make the system becoming the generators of energy, and they're becoming the solar ecosystems. So this becomes extremely important also from the point of view that if we are looking at technology interventions, then mainstreaming the solar integrations into the green building designs, the codes and standards, as well as creating a lot of awareness around BIPV is becoming a crucial element in endorsing this in the future work that we are going to do. While cost, standards, as well as the way the awareness has been spread, it still remains like a very important, crucial element in this whole discussion. However, the targeted measures where the local manufacturing of BIPVs, then performance labeling, as well as inclusion in the codes and ratings will give this a lot of push in the building sector, and this technology would be adopted by many emerging economies. The International Solar Alliance, which is a global platform for advancing the deployment of solar across the member nations, becomes the catalytic, it plays a catalytic role in the conversations that we are having today. So we are very thankful to ISA for giving us this platform and joining us for designing this session on the building integrated photovoltaics. And of course, the conversations that we will have today, we will see how not only from the policy point of view, but also from a lot of case studies that are already there in India as well as in different parts of the world, how this is becoming more of a story and story to tell to others and for integration into more and more projects. So with this, I would like to now invite all my speakers on the dais. I would like to introduce them one by one. So let me introduce my first speaker from ISA, Dr. Mridula Dikshit Bhardwaj. She is the program lead of green hydrogen storage and solar e-mobility at the International Solar Alliance under the ISA ADB Technical Assistance Project. In the 28 years of research experience that she has experience in batteries, EVs, and material science domain. And prior to this, she has worked with United States Steel Corporation, General Motors, and a technology policy think tank as lead researcher and section head. So I welcome Mridula to the panel discussion today. Thank you for joining us. Our second speaker is a very important speaker, and we would like to hear experience, and he's from the Brahmakumaris. Mr. Golu Pils, a German origin, joined in 1984 the Brahmakumaris and is currently the advisor for renewable energy of the Brahmakumaris and also the president of the India Care Trust in Berlin, Germany. In 1990, Golu moved to India and founded the Brahma Kumari Solar Department. With technical and financial collaboration from India and German government, Golu has initiated various innovative research projects focused on rural adoption, solar thermal power, and solar cooking. In 2009, Golu became a founding member of the Brahmakumari's Environment Initiative. And in 2021, Golu co-founded the meditation platform of Yogis for Future. And 24, Golu founded the Climate Wisdom Studio. And since then, he has interviewed scientists, politicians, activists upon climate change solutions. So Golu, I welcome you and would like to hear more on your experience. Thank you. And we have our next speaker from Africa, and Al-Hadji Diop. He is the current focal point in Senegal for the future development and transfer of technologies at the technology mechanism of the UNFCCC. As a member of several professional associations, he is very active in popularization of renewable energies and energy efficiency in Africa. He gave courses for 3 years until 2018 at the African School of Architecture and Urban Planning, and on the integration of renewable energies in the built environment, energy efficiencies, digitalization of electrical systems. So I welcome you, Haji, to this conversation. So our panelists are here, and I think what we will do is we will start the conversations from ISA, and we would like to know from ISA first that ISA is currently working with 125 countries and has the rich experience of connecting the various issues that have been working across developing the standards and ensuring that the renewable energy integration uptake improves in the countries. So what would be the challenges? And of course, the challenges bring a lot of opportunities in terms of adoption of these technologies in the built environment.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you so much for including me in the panel, Shabnam. And I just wanted to, just go over what are the challenges and opportunities we see in the new technologies. As you know, everyone knows that if technology is developing, then it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of investment, it takes a lot of risk to make it deployed at a larger scale. So especially when you're working with 125 member countries like we are right now, then you see both opportunities and challenges at very close quarters because these differ from country to country, region to region. Now, I'll first go over some of the success stories, which gives us a lot of hope that there are opportunities out there. So first, like in countries like India and Egypt, long-term national solar targets that these countries have set up and very clear policy signals. They have given investors and industry the confidence and to scale very rapidly, and that we have seen. The second is ISA's aggregation and viability gap model. So they have made the real difference because for smaller and island states, like we have the SIDS program that we recently launched at Assembly, and now next week we have a big program on that. So what happens is that it brings together, a multiple countries on that platform, and it's easy to aggregate because, we are getting them together, pooling them. And so procurement of solar technology aggregate helps a lot, large scale deployment. And it helps them access reliable solutions at globally competitive prices. So that is a good success story. The third is that, the policies that support distributed and innovative solar applications. So whether rooftop, floating solar, or, green hydrogen from solar, then we have a very good storage program where we are looking at applications of storage integrated with solar. Like that, a building integrated PV recently we started. So they have consistently shown that when regulation encourages innovation, adoption follows naturally. So that's the thing that we have seen very closely. Now, at the same time, let's talk about the challenges. So I've listed some challenges. Many developing economies, they face high financing cost, which makes new technologies appear very risky, even if they are proven. Like green hydrogen is a very proven technology, but it's costly, and that is why, and we don't have a consistent definition of green hydrogen, for instance. We do not have a certificate, a clear policy related to origin of green hydrogen certification. So those are the things which make it very difficult for trading across the borders. So these kind of issues are big challenges. And then, looking at, for instance,
It's becoming a bit of noisy. Yeah. So I think if you could bring your mic closer, and I think it will help us.
Yeah. So that's exactly ISA's role as a global facilitator becomes critical. We work with member countries to identify what's working, what's not working, help them adopt tested models, so that they have the confidence, and bridge gaps through collective knowledge and action. So that's what our role is. Now, I wanted to go over a few things, like ISA has supported feasibility studies for green hydrogen, and we've done it with Denmark, our member country. We've done it with ADB, where we have built ecosystem readiness assessment framework to test how ready is a country to adopt green hydrogen, to adopt storage, and to adopt solar e-mobility. We've built the framework. We've done it, for many countries. And as I speak, we have a live green hydrogen center of excellence virtual platform, which has mapped green hydrogen ecosystem for 75 countries, and it's available, freely accessible to everyone. So those are the things we are doing for our countries to, help address the bottleneck and go over the challenges. So that's some of the things I wanted to highlight. And through these initiatives, ISA continues to help its members translate policy ambition into practical, bankable projects, ensuring that transition to clean energy is both inclusive and future ready. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Mridula, for touching two very important elements in this conversation. First, of course, you talked about aggregation of demand. I think that becomes extremely important in terms of solar, because that helps to regulate the prices as well as, bring down the cost, because solar is pretty expensive at this point. So I think aggregation is a very important aspect of any policy decisions that we are taking. And of course, a very important element that you also mentioned, that our regulations should be designed that in such a way that it encourages innovation. And I think that is where a lot of the work needs to happen, where the research organizations as well as the experience on ground should help us develop these technologies, so that, it encourages more and more innovations and make it more practical for people to adopt this at the larger scale. Thank you for bringing that perspective to us. I would now like to go to my partner from the African region, because we have seen that how the world is focusing on what Africa is going to do in the coming years. So tell us about your work in Africa, considering that you have been the biggest driver in the kind of renewable integration that is happening in Africa at the moment, and a lot of it comes from a lot of grants that have been pushed into Africa. So how do you think, Africa will make the best use of it, and the kind of challenges that you see in adoption of solar in Africa?
Okay, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm really very glad to be here today and to share our point of view. First of all, I would say the main driver is, of course, the lack of energy what we have in Africa. And if you consider that there are countries in Africa like, I don't want to name some of them, but in some countries where you have more than 50 million people, and you have only less than 5% of the people, of the population that have access to energy. So you can imagine how crucial the problem is, how important it is, and that's the main driver for us really to push and to integrate, to develop solar energy, to deploy it. And I mean, it's the same situation everywhere. We have differences in the north, in countries like Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt, where you have at least 90% of people having access to energy. In Senegal, we have 71% of people having access to energy. In cities, it is also almost 90%. But in rural area, we have a very high demand of energy. And it is really the driver for us to deploy solar energy, renewable energy generally. And coming to the barriers what we have, I would say the first one is the lack of financing. Financing is not enough. So we have a lot of commercial banks that have not trained to finance renewable energy. And on the other hand, we have not enough technicians. It means there's a capacity building need there. Of course, during the last 10 years, we developed a lot of, in all universities, you will see they are training people, there's a lot of engineers what we have at the moment, but it is not enough. And the other problem is all products what we have, they are imported. Nothing is produced in Africa somewhere. And it is really a problem what we have. And that's a main problem. It means we have really to train the people to, so they can monitor the systems that they want to install. And the third problem, what I want to say, is the image of the solar energy. Because we start install solar energy in villages. And that's the reason why most of the people living in Africa think it is energy for poor people. That is the energy for people that are not living in the cities. It was very difficult to integrate it in the city, in the building in cities. For example, as I did it in 2007 in Senegal, because I built a ecological house, complete equipped with solar energy on the roof. And it was very difficult to get, for example, authorization from the city to build this house, because we had no regulation, I would say no laws that allows, no regulation about this. It was very difficult. It was new for them. And that's the reason why we say, okay, we have to be, or to improve the framework, the legal framework, so we can really deploy this kind of technology in the cities. And on the other hand, it is very difficult really to find people that are able to maintain the system for a long term. And I think, but no, I can say, okay, with international cooperation, we are training people. There are a lot of funds coming into the country, some grants also, but not enough. And most of the time what we have, there are loans. And it is very difficult for developing countries like Senegal to take loans for energy. For us, we say, okay, good, we need it. It is really crucial for us. It is better if you can get more loans for installation of solar energy. For example, if I compare it to the country of my neighbor, because I live there for 25 years in Germany, if you install a solar system, you get grants, I would say 50% of the system cost. But in Senegal, you have to pay all the costs, and the interest rate from the bank are at least 10%. But you have to pay if you want to buy a solar system. It is very difficult for people, normal people, especially for poor people, to buy solar system, to install it, and to benefit from it.
So I think the challenges are quite clear, and I think we have been witnessing these kind of challenges across the world. And financing being one of the challenge, I think it is also linked to how the policies of the country are, because having enough finance but not having regulations in place, or having how you like regulate the entire cycle, it becomes an even bigger challenge. Because if it's not mechanized, then your funds, even if they are there, you will not be able to utilize it the way you want to do it. So I'm sure that there are a lot of experience around the world, and India is much ahead in this journey, where we have regulations in place, and how we have been able to bring this whole system, we have been able to put systems into place, and how solar has been able to pay back has become a very good model to look at. So thank you for sharing those list of challenges, and I'm sure there is a note that we are making, and ISA is of course being there with us to see that how we can support the various initiatives in Senegal as well. So coming to the experience that we have from the Brahmakumaris, because we just heard about the challenges, and now we are going to see a very interesting case study from Golu, where he's going to talk about the Asia's biggest solar power kitchen. And Golu, we would like to know more about how this whole concept started, what were the initial challenges, and how you can share with the audience the kind of results that you have been able to achieve out of converting it into a solar kitchen. So I think we all are quite interested to see what you have brought for us. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much. First of all, thanks very much for the invitation of ISA and Griha together. And in Brahmakumaris, we're a spiritual organization with headquarters in Mount Abu in Rajasthan. And we started 30 years ago. Hello? We started how to go back? Okay. 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 So we started 30 years ago to go into renewable energies. And 20 years ago, we created a Brahmakumaris environment in disaster management, tree plantation, farming, water, plastic-free, travel compensation, guidelines for our centers, and resources and workshops. We have 5,000 meditation centers in India. So it's quite a lot of people we are trying to educate and train. And the centers in India, they also function as a replicator for our ideas. 30 years ago, we started to do research in renewable energies. We're a recognized research center with the government of India. And we do research in photovoltaic, solar steam, water recycling, solar hot water, passive architecture, thermal power, and biogas. And it started all 30 years ago. I built a green building. This is made out of mud bricks, double wall, natural ventilation. And you see the building 30 years ago, and you see the building now. It's the same building after 30 years. I'm living in this building. It's a zero energy building, construction material out of mud bricks. I have a 6 kilowatt photovoltaic system with battery bank behind, and I'm totally energy autark. And inside the building is very cozy and beautiful. You can see it's very, very homely. I also built a meditation dome out of mud bricks, and these structures are now 30 years old, have a very low energy requirement when you build them. Maintenance is also extremely low. This is still the first roof material on this dome from the beginning. So 30 years, the same roof material, very durable, no problems with the natural construction material. Here you can see our main campus, and on the right side, you see the solar cooker, which we put on the rooftop. And we used 84 concentrators, which we built ourselves, the Scheffler design. And we produce 3,000 kilograms steam per day and cook 35,000 meals per day. And the system was built in 1999 and is still functional and still operational. We built all the components ourselves. You can see the receiver, you can see the reflectors, the concentrators. This is our kitchen. And we are cooking for all our devotees who come to our ashram. We have 5,000 centers, and 500 centers have been using solar photovoltaic systems now. And recently we installed also a 500 kilowatt system at our campus in Mount Abu. And very, very soon, the whole campus will be running 100% on renewable energies. And you can see we're using all the rooftop spaces for the photovoltaic. And our main problem now is that we don't have any more enough space for the systems, actually. Here, recently, we installed a new system. This is a 200 kilowatt photovoltaic. And we removed the old solar concentrating system and installed photovoltaic system with battery bank and inverters. And we use big induction cooking systems, and we can cook 3,000 meals per day by photovoltaic and by electricity. The system is running since 1 year, and the cooks are very happy because induction cooking is tremendously efficient. You have immediately the temperature at the cooking pot, so everybody likes it. We also did a couple of years ago a big project with the German government and the Indian government. It's a 1 megawatt solar power station. It's called India One. And therefore, we built 770 concentrators of 60 square meters. And the speciality of this project is that we have thermal storage. So we can store the energy overnight and can run 24 hours. This system was completely built in-house by our own team, by our own engineers. We got some help from Fraunhofer Research Institute, financial help, German government, Indian government. And the plant is running now since 6 years without major problems. We run a 1 megawatt solar Siemens turbine, and we store the energy in the receivers overnight. Meanwhile, prices of photovoltaic have become very, very, very affordable. We are buying now solar plates in India for 15 rupees per watt, which is very cheap. And so we are adding right side and left side. We have added now 3 megawatt of photovoltaic and using lithium batteries for storage. So this system is also very successful. And 8 months ago, we built a new biogas plant. We are collecting all the waste of the campus now and segregate it, sell the glass, sell the paper, sell all the material. And then basically what we're doing is we are sending the organic waste into a fertilizer and a fermenter. We create biogas and sludge as a fertilizer. The plant is running now very smoothly since 8 months, and we have very, very good results. So we also have massive tree plantation programs all over India and try to reach out to the community and teach them about all these technologies. So we have eco trainings going on, outreach programs to the nearby villages. We found it very, very necessary to be close to our villages and teach them, train them, and look after systems which we install. If we don't take care about the solar systems, they will be demolished or stolen in a very short time. So we have also some experience over 20 years to try to bring it into the villages. And it's not that easy always. We also train in water, soil, energy, and farming. We have also 80 farms where we train people in organic farming. And we heal the earth, teaching, give ethics and values. So we also have interfaith. So we work with other ashrams, and also here at the COP, we are in the interfaith program, and we're trying to create a common voice of all religious organizations to bring up more renewable energies in their temples, in their ashrams, and in their churches. And the key ideas are education, young people, wisdom, lifestyle, and celebration. And we found that technology is there, money is also there, and strategy is also there. And we found most important is to bring awareness to the people, teach them about ethics, about morals, and guide them slightly. And then we can create a new paradigm altogether, and which is value and ethic based. And then clean technology can actually have a smooth running. And if we all join hands together, we can create a better world. Very much sure about it. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for sharing that case study with us. So one immediate question that comes to my mind is that what is the payback period of installing this kind of system at such a large
The solar cooking, the thermal solar cooking was about 6 years.
Okay.
And photovoltaic is also now very, very cheap. I would also say less than 10 years, maybe 5 years, 6 years. It depends also if you're going for batteries.
All right.
Or in standalone, or if you're going grid connected on grid, then of course it's cheaper.
Sure.
But usually in Mount Arbo, we are going for battery system. Usually nowadays we're installing hybrid systems. It means the inverter can feed into the grid, synchronize with the grid. If the grid fails,
it distributes that.
yeah, and if the grid fails, we switch back to standalone and run on the batteries ourselves. So we have dual purposes now
That
because we
works
have
well to work on a hybrid
Yeah.
kind of systems.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll come back to my colleague from the ISA. And we just heard the challenges of the member countries who are still struggling to find ways of getting the finance mobilized in their countries. So what kind of assistance has been provided by ISA to bridge the gap between policies and the kind of financial mechanisms that are available to these countries?
So there are two things, Shabnam. So first of all, I would like to talk about what hinders the financing. So that's where we talk about, what are the gaps and how do we bridge the gaps in standards and, the cost variation from one region to another. So we have three priorities. How do we make solar affordable? How do we make it comparable and trusted everywhere, region to region? As you know, we have 4 regions: Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean. Third is Asia Pacific, and then Europe and others. So we have different regions, the costs differ. So how do we bridge the variability, so that financing is more, consistent? So our approach is basically anchored around 3 pillars. One is harmonization, one is localization, and third is the capacity building. So we work with IEC, we work with BIS like agencies to harmonize international testing and certification frameworks. That is the most important, I think, to start working on a financing mechanism, because that's the basic thing. Now the goal is to ensure solar panel building integrated panel system tested and approved in one country should be honored in the next country or another country, right? Right now it's not happening. So this kind of standard allies trade, builds and allows countries to focus their efforts on deployment rather than redoing the standards and certification processes individually. So that's one thing. Now, we also know that harmonization alone is not enough, because it's been developed in temperate regions, whereas most of the ISA member countries lie in tropical, coastal, arid desert, and also high humidity climates. So how do we compare? It's like apples to oranges. So the solar installation in these regions face unique stress conditions like the member countries. high ambient temperatures. Then we have intense UV radiation, salinity, that impacts the reliability of solar panel, monsoon humidity, all those cyclones. So these factors directly affect the longevity, reliability, and profitability of solar projects. And that's where the finance comes into picture. So we advocate redefinition of, global testing standards. That's what we are now focusing to make them more reflective of the environmental realities of our member countries and, the realities of the global south. So modules and balance of system components that we talk about, they must be tested under REACH conditions instead of, following some testing thing which we cannot even relate to. So that warranties, performance expectation, and financial models, they're based on realistic durability outcomes. So that's a very important thing for us. Standards, therefore, are not just about quality that we were talking about this morning. They are central to bankability and investor confidence. So on that front, we've been leading aggregated procurement. I talked about the solar components and our SITS platform is a great example. As I mentioned, it aggregates and then helps countries come together for the cheaper procurement cost. So that's how we are helping our member countries. And in short, we build trust through standardization, strengthen confidence through local capacity building. I talked about the capacity building in the last, question, that we are doing capacity building for Africa, for Asia Pacific, not just for, solar, but also for many other technologies. As I speak, we have done workshops with more than, 40 member countries in green hydrogen alone. And we've done intense training across the value chain for storage, for solar e-mobility, and also for solar, of course, which is our bread and butter. So that's how we basically have our approach in getting the right financing for the right costs. So, yeah.
So thank you so much for highlighting. And I think that's a very important piece that you have shared with all of us, that how solar integration becomes a bigger challenge, because every country has different ways of looking at solar. The climatic conditions are different. The technology, the way it will behave in certain climatic conditions, it varies from country to country. Of course, harmonization along with global standardization is something that you have rightly mentioned is going to be something that we will all have to look forward, because if we are looking at proper financial mechanism with the risk that it will carry, for the kind of failures it may have in future. So that becomes a very critical element, because standardizations, if they are not there, then any financial mechanism will fail and will not be able to deliver. I think that's a very valid point that's been made by you. So I think getting our experience from ISA and seeing that how they are working very closely with the member nations, how in your experience Africa can benefit of the work that ISA is doing, and how would you like to add value to the work that they are doing and make it more, I would say that technology actually gets disseminated in even the smallest part of Africa.
I would say the root condition that you described in India, that we have the same situation in Senegal and in most African countries. Really, it is very hot, and this very high temperature reduce the energy produced by the photovoltaic panels, and we are facing problems like this. And after this, we have the sun. We have a lot of sun, and really we need to clean every 2 days our panels. For example, in Dakar, in my home city, it is very difficult to use solar energy there. And we are also smoke in the big cities, and it is really a problem. That's why I say, okay, we are ready to learn from you because it is a good experience what she described, and we have all these problems in our countries. For us, I mean, for big solar plants, it is not a problem to find financing because the return of investment, they receive it in less than 5 years or 10 years, I would say. But if you want a system for residential system, it is very difficult. In rural area, it is very difficult. Since 2 years, we have a fund specially dedicated to solar energy in Senegal, but we have problem really to make it work because we want support from the GCF, and you know how difficult it is to access to this money from the GCF. And on the other hand, we develop a solution. In our country, we say, okay, for new building, it is maybe better to integrate the loan for the solar system into the loan for the building. So to reduce the interest rate and to enlarge the payment time, because it is for most of the bank, solar systems are commercial product. And that's the reason why they say, okay, you have to pay it with very high interest rate, 10 or 12% in Senegal. And it was a solution for us to integrate it into this loan for the building globally. So it can help really to reduce the interest rate up to 6%. And for the time, for the payment of time, you can enlarge it. It was interesting, but still no, we are looking for other solution, how to create really funds or how to help poor people to get really grants, because for us, we say it is not possible really to install solar system without grant. Even the presentation, what we see here in India, they got money from the German government. Also, but I mean, it is something, and we don't get it. It is very difficult for us to get grant. And even if I install a solar system in my house in Germany, we will get a grant. In America also, or in France. But in African countries, it is very, very difficult. It is not possible. And that's the reason why we say, okay, it must be possible to have a fund that gives only grants to people, especially poor people that want really to have access to energy.
Great. I think you also touched upon a very important topic on capacities, and you talked about how it is very important that the local capacities and the way the installations will happen, the workmanship is not there. So you being from the academic side as well, what kind of challenges as well as solutions you feel will make a lot of difference in the academic institutes and bringing up the technology to the level where people start taking that as a profession in your country?
I'm on this side, I would say, as I am the technology focal point for Senegal, for technology development and technology transfer to the convention. And I would say we benefit a lot from the citizen, from the tech, to help universities, for example, to train people, to train a lot of students. For example, at the moment, we have 2 programs concerning floating solar. It is very interesting, and the request was made by a university in the north of Senegal, and we are getting funding from the citizen, and it is very important for us really to get funds like this so we can develop program like this. At the same time, for example, we have an agrivoltaic program. It is for a city in the south of Senegal. And I think we have to develop application that can help see what is really the need of solar energy. It is not only for light or things like that. We really need to develop application to show the people what can we reach by including this product in our process of producing more wealth, I would say. And it is really important because still now we are looking solar energy as a product for lighting, for charging mobile phone or things like that. But for me, I think really we have to go behind this and say, okay, people, it is a source of energy that can help that can help provide us really enough energy. And I think we have a lot of areas in African countries where we can install solar energy on the seas, like I said before, with floating solars and agrivoltaic also, to combine it with food production. And I think really we need application. And if you have it, I think we will not have problems to find money to invest in this. Okay.
So I think very important, valid point made that, we will have to bring that confidence in the end user that it is not about just charging phones and using it for basic things in life, but it's beyond that. It's a way you live life and give back to the society and to the environment and make your buildings, self-sustainable. I think that's the key word. So coming to the experience of Brahmakumaris, and, we have been seeing that how Brahmakumaris, they have been working on the lifestyle changes and how, the mass trainings or the kind of messaging that's been done by Brahmakumaris, it has helped to change the thought process of many people. So please give us some examples of how lifestyle can be promoted for mass adoption and how this change can affect the overall uptake of the conversations that we're having around solar.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I'd like to comment briefly what you said about funding. We started almost 30 years ago with our solar activity, and we started very small. I brought a solar cell from Germany and put it in our courtyard on a little electrical vehicle. And then everybody was seeing it is moving around, and everybody said, oh, this is solar energy. In those days, there was nothing in India. And the funding was very, very crucial. And sometimes on certain projects, we had to work for years. You have to be patient, you have to wait. Sometimes you can get private funding, sometimes personal. Sometimes it's the initiative of the people locally. And sometimes if you're lucky, you get government funding. If you're lucky. And even that for the big project, it took 3 years and 30 trips to Berlin to secure the German and 50 trips to Delhi to secure the Indian funding. So it's a hard work. And it was only possible because we are working since 20 years and we have built up reputation and we very, very systematically worked forward. So it's not easy. I lost all my hair in the process, believe me. To convince people and get local impact, what we did is Brahmakumaris is administrated by women, which is very, very interesting. And women are actually more inclined to go protecting nature and go for clean energy. It's quite interesting. It's sort of quite well known. So we convinced our elder daddies and they said solar energy is very nice. It is very clean. And in India, it's available abundantly. And so we convinced our senior daddies solar is very good. And once the senior daddies were agreeable to that, it became more easy for me to get projects done within the institution. Because we're a spiritual organization, in the beginning, people told me, why you're doing solar? We're a spiritual organization. It's not our job. So I had to also convince my people and create awareness inside the institution that solar thing is a good thing. But that happened 20 years ago. So now my people are all in solar. They want more and they want more and they want more. We have problems with funding and problems with space. Otherwise, our people are now very much in favor of renewable energy, because they understand the relation to climate change, clean technology, and so on, and reliable locally produced power. So first we had to create awareness amongst our people, and then slowly, step by step, we could roll out. And now luckily our centers, we have 5,000 centers in India, they all like this energy. We have a green policy, they all adopt them, embrace solar. We offer our centers technical assistance, funding they have to get themselves. And they have to provide the space, and then the centers install it. And then the students, the people who come for meditation, they see the solar system. They see the advantages that the sun, the power is there also when there's a power cut. In India, we have quite a lot of power cuts still. And then they become interested, and slowly, slowly it starts rolling. And interestingly, the government in India also has embarked on solar mission. There's a solar mission. There's a lot of initiatives also for single rooftops now with the government. And there are initiatives, there's funding available. So in India, it's a process of awareness and teaching, getting the government in the boat, getting local people in the boat, and then slowly, slowly, step by step, you can roll out. And that's actually what we do is, and we are very, very lucky. And interestingly, renewable energies is clean. And this harmonizes with our spiritual tradition and our spiritual lifestyle that we meditate in order to purify the self. You purify the self and you use clean technology, so that is matching. So we are embracing it, and it becomes part of our lifestyle. And nowadays, we think a lot about our carbon footprint. We try to educate our people about carbon footprint. And I feel bad coming by plane to India, to Brazil, to Belém, because I know my carbon footprint is high. But we are promoting maximum possible electric vehicles inside the campus. Look into your carbon footprint. Offset, we offer offset for our travels inside the institution. So we're really raising the awareness. And once you raise the awareness, people will go for it. And then they will mobilize also the funding. And PV has become incredibly cheap now. As I said, in India, it's rock bottom price. Photovoltaic has become the cheapest. For us, funding is less the problem. It's more the space, the adaptation, the integration into the local setup. Funding, we feel after 30 years working hard on awareness, funding comes automatically when you have everything else in place. And we believe the mindset has to change. And we found meditation, inner reflection is very, very helpful to bring that change in the mindset. So people understand it's also a moral question to go for clean technology and use it. And once the politicians understand it, once the local people understand it, and we all join hands, we can go in the right direction and change the situation and come out of the crisis we're right now in.
Thank you. And I think very rightly said that how awareness and our moral responsibility of the way we are using resources is extremely critical in the way we are looking at solar, and inclusion of women in this whole conversation and how they are more responsible, in bringing that change. I think that has been rightly touched upon in your conversation. And of course, the idea of experiential learning, and when people come to your campuses and then they see the benefits of solar, I think that is something is also giving them the first-hand experience of seeing that what kind of difference the technologies and solar can make and bring to the lives of the people around you. So thank you everyone for bringing that insightful conversations and the conversations that we had around funding, on the kind of challenges, and of course, the case studies that we have shared today. I'm sure that we have a little bit of time for a few questions that we can take from the audience. So with a show of hands, if we can take a few questions, please. So this looks like quite an informed audience. If there are any questions, we do take them. Otherwise, we would like to formally close the session today. Any questions, please? All right. So there are no questions. And thank you so much for being part of this panel discussion. And we are very thankful from GRIA Council for being part of this conversation. And we look forward to having more engaging discussions during the coming days in the COP. Thank you. Thank you.